Hello, welcome to my challenge run of Trails in the Sky first chapter. This is a game that I like a lot, I'm a big fan of, and I've wanted to do a challenge run of for a long time. It's not a game in the Trail series that's known for its well-designed encounters or in-depth mechanics, but I still think there's a good amount of nuance and stuff to unpack within this game that I hope to show off in this mammoth of a video. I also wanted to get this out before the remake comes out and inevitably destroys all of that nuance. So with that being said, let's get into our rule set. The rules for this run are as follows. First of all, no grinding. What this means exactly is that I can do story, side quest, and monster chest encounters. Just random encounters that are like running around the map, those are what I can't do. Originally, I wanted to also ban monster chests, but the items and resources that you gain from them are a huge game changer, but also they allow for more reliable and interesting strategies. I don't think it would be a very entertaining run if it was, I reset this fight until I get a billion low percent dodges and luck my way through. Like, that's not fun to play, that's not fun to watch. So I ended up allowing them. I must obtain max BP. Most of this is going to just be not shown, going to be off video because it's just like running around and doing side quests. But there are going to be some fights where there are BP requirements that have to be fulfilled, and I'll mention those when they come up. No items. There isn't really a good way to do a no items rule in this game because there are going to be two exceptions to this. Both happen very late in the game, towards the end of the final chapter, and I'll point them out when they happen. I think one of them might have been able to be avoided, but it would have been really tight. And I think that having, as much as I don't like having exceptions and rules, I think that having items available for 2 fights is better than allowing items altogether. No gaining CP from random encounters. I really hate that this game uses CP as an abbreviation. It stands for craft points, for anybody gets any ideas. No cheese pizza or any other meaning. But what this means is if I get into a random encounter, either because I have to, there is one point in the game I have to, or on accident and I don't want to reload a save from an hour ago, I'm not allowed to hit enemies or get hit by enemies because this will raise my CP. If my CP doesn't change in the fight, it's basically like nothing happened, except for now I have a blemish on my record at the end of the game. Full transparency, I get into 3 random encounters. No CP is gained from any of them. 2 of them I just didn't want to reload an old save, and 1 of them you have to. You can't avoid it. All of them, I run turn 1. Next rule, probably the strictest rule, and the one that I regret the most, Deathless. This means that if a party member drops, they die in a fight, I have to reload. I can't revive them. Next up is no retry. So if you hit the retry button at the end of a fight in this game that you lose, you'll get to instantly restart the fight and skipping the cutscene. That sounds great, right? Problem is it lowers the enemy stats slightly, and lowering enemy stats even by a little bit can make a world of difference. So this is basically saying every enemy is fought at their full strength. And lastly, no cooking or fishing. If you've played FC, this rule might sound strange to you. Fishing isn't even a fully fledged mechanic, it's just a minigame in Chapter 1. And cooking, all the benefits from that are gone if you don't allow items. There is an infinite money glitch with cooking, but money is so abundant in FC anyway that you never need it, especially since I can sell all of my items since I'm not going to be using them in combat. I'm going to do every game in the Sky trilogy for this challenge run. Well, not this challenge run specifically, but for these challenge runs. And I wanted to keep my rule set mostly identical, so I just included no cooking or fishing in this game. Now that the rule set is established and explained, it's time to begin the run. Starting off, we have a bunch of tutorial fights. They're not particularly interesting to talk about, so they're going to be sped up, and I'm going to instead talk about our 2 playable characters and some of my decision making early in the run. First of all, we have to, before we even fight, open a slot on either Estelle or Joshua. I picked Joshua. The reason for this is he does most of the heavy lifting offensively in the early game, and he absolutely needs the extra EP for most fights. If I could unlock Estelle's slot, that would have been better, because believe it or not, she's a more valuable character than Joshua. If you play through this game casually, that might sound very surprising, because Joshua's very good, and a lot of people will consider him the best character in the game. But Estelle does a couple really important things that Joshua literally cannot. Speaking of Estelle and Joshua, those are our first two characters. They're both kind of all-arounder red mage style characters. The main difference between the two is Estelle is pretty simple. She just gets an attack buff and then some like AoE physical attacks that are not particularly impressive. Whereas Joshua is a lot faster and stronger, and also has access to the ability to like delay enemies, to have like a multi-hit, as well as even an insta-kill, an AoE S-craft later in the game. He's a lot more flexible. He has a lot more going on in his moveset. But, like I mentioned earlier, Estelle is going to be kind of the actual star of the show, and I'll point out why as it becomes relevant. With the tutorial out of the way, we get into the first actual fight of the game. There are two NPCs that we need to protect, but they're not really in any danger. We can kill these enemies before they get close. You'll notice we immediately start casting spells. You're going to see this for most of the run. Magic is just way better than physical in this game. It does a lot more damage. On Nightmare, enemies' defense scales way harder than it does their art defense, and spells tend to have higher base damage than physical skills because it takes longer to cast them. There's a 50% strength upturn. You won't see these often throughout the run. I think they only happen in random encounters, and I guess this story encounter counts as a random encounter. But I take advantage of it with Joshua's S-Craft. I didn't want the enemy to get it and potentially hit me and one-shot one of my characters or something. CP is kind of tight early on, but it's better to not die. You'll notice here that Estelle hits with a crit and it does negligible damage compared to casting like a basic tier 1 spell. That just kind of illustrates the point I made earlier. We got a lucky dodge on the enemy attacking, which is why instead of casting spells, I'm just wailing on it physically to build a little bit more CP than I normally would have. The dodge was lucky, but having to S-craft the other cat wasn't, so it kind of all evens out. Here we have first of many monster extermination side quests. This first enemy is pretty easy, but it's a little bit RNG heavy. Before this fight, we make an attack 1 quartz for Joshua. This lets him cast a fire spell, which the enemy's weak to. To help speed things along, because the less turns it takes to kill the enemy, the better. You'll notice that one spell from the enemy gets us very low on health, and he can roll high enough to kill Estelle in one shot, so it's generally better if it targets Joshua. It's pretty unlikely to kill Estelle in one hit. It only happened to me like once or twice throughout these attempts. But it is something to worry about. Other than that, the strategy is pretty simple. Joshua is who we have cast magic because he's stronger, he does more damage, and then Estelle just heals whoever takes the hit. Unfortunately, the enemy gets a heal turn. A big part of the combat system is those random turn bonuses. They are RNG, but the upside is you get to see them far in advance before they're going to happen. Unfortunately, early on, we don't have a lot of ways to manipulate the turn order to make sure that we get to take advantage of them. The only things we really have are S-crafts, which we don't generate CP very quickly right now, so we don't get to use them very often. We do get a pretty lucky double crit, which we can use to finish off the boss with both characters' S-crafts. This again is going to put us back on 0 CP. This is a trend you're going to notice a lot in the early game of like, oh shit, I need to finish off this boss. But it's going to take CP to do it, but then it means in the next fight I'm going to have no CP. But overall, very simple fight.
That's that then. Let's move out.
now we move on to our first boss fight in the story. This fight's a great example of why Nightmare is a fucking mess in this game, and it's like untested, because the ads actually have better stats than the boss. They have more HP and hit harder. The main boss, we need to get a stun on with Joshua with that soul blur. It doesn't have to be that soul blur specifically, but we do need to stun it at some point. The reason for this is we don't have TP for S-crafts. Normally you could just nuke it down with S-crafts and kill it immediately, but because we're not allowed to gain CP in anything that's not a required fight, we don't have time to get back up to 200. The two ads, which are scarier enemies, kind of just run around and sleep on a lot of their turns. We actually do need them to do this. We can't have them attack us too early, because a hit from one of them plus a spell from the boss will kill one of our characters. But it's pretty likely that they'll run around and do nothing. All of these enemies also have the ability to heal themselves on top of being very bulky. So this fight drags on for quite a while. It's why it's sped up. By the time we kill the main enemy, Joshua is going to be out of EP. Joshua and Estelle actually are both going to be out of EP, very close to out of EP. So we have to just run around and slowly kill the other two enemies physically. Since I have some downtime, I want to talk about Sepith and grinding Sepith in this run. Sepith is the little elemental crystals that fall out of enemies when you kill them. This is how we unlock our character slots, and also how we get quartz. Basically what that means is how we get magic. Anytime there's that little gem turn that you can see, called a Sepith up turn, whenever you do an action that would put an enemy in like the damage reel animation, it will cause them to drop more Sepith at the end of the fight. So something like Estelle's S-Craft Pummel that does that a lot is really good for grinding Sepith, and one of the reasons she's so important. It doesn't happen in this fight, but it is something you'll see quite a bit in the early game. Something I noticed is that Joshua gets a strength upturn here, a 50% strength upturn here as well. I don't know when they stopped appearing. I thought they only appeared in random encounters, but I was wrong. I'm not sure what causes them to appear in the early game, but not later on. Next up, we're going to mop up some side quests. You'll notice for this fight we only have Joshua. We actually have a choice between if we want to take on this fight with Estelle or Joshua, but we need to pick Joshua because we get extra BP from the quest. We'd want to pick Joshua anyway though, because right now he's much better. This fight's pretty simple. The enemies are weak. They're purposely leveled down because we have to fight them with only a single character. So it's just a cycle of Joshua hitting them and then healing himself. This does mean that Joshua, for several fights, is actually going to be a higher level than Estelle, because he gets a good chunk of experience from this fight. We do want to watch our CP pretty heavily for these side quests. We want to not spend too much, because there is a fight that is a pain in the ass that we're going to need both S-Crafts for. Here, another fight against cats. It's an easier version of the one we already had to do in the tower earlier. Not really anything to note. Here's one of the few random encounters we're forced to do. There's a request that we need a certain drop from these insector enemies, and none of them show up in the main story or other side quests, so we actually have to take a random encounter to get that drop to complete that side quest. Because max BP is a requirement, that effectively makes this a required fight. I could have done the encounter with only one of them, or with 3 of them instead, to make sure I either optimize my EXP gain or keep my EXP gain as low as possible, but whatever. I just picked the one that was closest to me at the time. It doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. This fight against 2 soldiers is actually the hardest of the side quests, and is a total RNG fest and pain in the ass. If you come in with 2 200 CP crafts, you can end it pretty quickly. But because we don't, or actually we can't really, we have to get a lucky stun on that soul blur. That's not the only time we have to get lucky in this fight. We also have to have this soldier either target Joshua or miss Estelle. Thankfully, he misses Estelle. This fight is short, but it is way more of a pain in the ass than it looks. This fight sucks. Now we have the crab fights. These are story encounters. It's the same encounter 4 times in a row. The first one's the hardest because we'll get a level up off of it, so the rest of them will be easier since their stats will be higher. These fights are annoying because not only do we have to worry about the fact they're pretty RNG heavy, we also need to make sure that we try to get some Sepith off of them. One of the first things the game forces you to do is use your starting water Sepith to make an HP quartz. This means that water is going to be something that's pretty rare to get early on, and these are enemies that drop water. You'll notice we also have an NPC. This one is less of a liability than others because he reliably takes 2 hits before he dies, provided the enemy doesn't land on like a crit turn or something. So this means he can actually take the heat off of Estelle and Joshua, even though he mostly just runs around and does nothing. He's still a game over condition, but his existence does help with reliability in these fights. Generally, we need to get either lucky with turn bonuses or lucky with Joshua landing a stun to make it through these fights. You'll notice from this point on, we'll do slightly more damage and survive them a little bit more reliably. Again, this is from the level up that we just got. Something else you might notice is the quality of footage is really bad. I'm a moron and accidentally used my stream settings instead of my recording settings for like the first half of this run. I also didn't realize this until much later because I wasn't checking back my recordings. I was just glancing at them quickly, and then I noticed, hey, this looks real fuzzy. So, around Chapter 3, the quality will vastly improve, but I did not feel like replaying through half the game just because it looked a little ugly, so sorry about that. Here we move on to another monster extermination, and you'll notice that we have a new party member, Shara. She's very good, probably the best character in the game. She joins at the end of the prologue, and she joins, like, massively over-leveled. I believe Joshua and Estelle are level 6 at this point, and Shara's base level is 12. She also comes with a huge part of her line unlocked. This lets her get Aerial, a really good early game AoE spell. Shara's kind of a caster. She's not as high damage as some of the other casters in the game, but she's a lot bulkier. And again, just this huge level advantage she starts with is super useful. She's going to be doing most of our damage as well as also face tanking for the rest of the prologue. Party members in FC that aren't Estelle and Joshua never stick around for very long. Shara is kind of an exception to this rule. She's not only going to stay with us for the last couple fights of the prologue, but also the entirety of Chapter 1. After that, she's not going to join again until pretty close to the end of the game. There are some things we held off on doing until Shara joined the party. The next two fights you're going to see after this are monster chests. I can do these whenever in a chapter. There's no order I have to do it in, like side quests or like main story objectives, because they're just thrown about the map. Here I wait until Shara joins for two reasons, and you'll see those when we actually get into those fights.
Seems you came up short.
Now on to monster chest. This first monster chest is the easier of the two. You can actually do this with just Estelle and Joshua with the right setup, but it's much easier to wait for Shara, and we don't need the item that it drops until the last boss of the prologue anyway. The item that it drops is a Topaz Talisman. This makes your physical attacks Earth element, and makes the character resistant to Earth and weak to Wind. Talismans are really good, and I kind of underutilize them through this run. I do use them when they're relevant a lot of the time, but there are more spots I think I could have made them work. The reasons we wait for Shara are because she's really bulky and has access to the spell Aerial. You'll notice she casts Sylphin Guard turn 1. This just makes her dodgier and boosts her evasion. This combined with her already high base HP and defense means she's not really in any danger of dying. The second reason is for the spell Aerial. Not only is it like an AoE, so I can kill all of these cats in like 2 spells instead of many, but also it hits a lot, like it puts them in the damage reel animation a lot, and there's a lot of enemies here. So if I can get lucky and get Aerial on a Sepith upturn, that will give me a huge amount of Sepith. I try not to rig Sepith upturns like this throughout most of the run, because it's like kind of unnatural. But in the early game, it gets us access, to really strong tools I would otherwise not be able to utilize. So here it is. Here's the aerial on a seventh upturn. You'll notice a lot of little gems falling out of the enemy.
Seems you came up short.
On to the next enemy. This monster chest, the reward is a lot less valuable. It's a weapon for Estelle that's not that good. But once again, the main reason we wait for Shara here... Well, this one's probably not possible without her. But again, aerial on a 7th upturn, which I reset the fight until I got it turn 1, gives a huge amount of 7th. And more importantly than the cats, is these enemies give us all of the 7th we need to unlock slots. However, just one aerial against them on a 7th upturn is not enough. We need one more 7th upturn before the fight ends. This fight goes on for a little bit, so that's not super unlikely. The reason we need so much 7th this early is so we can get 3 of Estelle's slots unlocked. The first one is unlocked automatically, and the second one is pretty cheap. We got it unlocked much earlier. But the second slot, or the third slot, excuse me, it takes a lot more. It takes 50 of each element. But with 3 slots unlocked, Estelle can equip 3 Mirage Quartz and have access to the spell Chaos Brand. Chaos Brand is the best spell in the game by far. It, in a regular playthrough, kind of trivializes the game with how good it is. And we'll get into what it does once we actually start using it. But in this run, it's a complete necessity to be able to beat the game. This is part of the reason why I said Estelle is so valuable compared to our other characters, because Joshua is not capable of doing this in the prologue. His first slot is time locked, which means he can't equip a Mirage Quartz. This means he has to go all the way down to his 4th slot, which costs 80, combined with the 30 and 50 slots. We just can't get that much 7th in the prologue. On top of this, it also means that Estelle can later equip both Chaos Brand and Earthwall in only 3 slots, which is huge. Again, something Joshua really can't do until towards the end of the game. Shara also isn't capable of doing it because the way her starting slots are unlocked are in a kind of unfortunate arrangement, and 2 of them were forced to use Wind Quartz. So really, Estelle is the only character that's capable of this. Right at the end of the fight, I get the second 7th upturn that I need, and I pop Estelle's S-Craft to farm the rest. Shara's S-Craft would also work, but we want her to have high CP for the last boss.
Oh, are we done already?
We're getting to our first major story boss. We've had a lot of monster exterminations and like mini boss fights, but this is our first like actual climax story fight. There's a lot of moving pieces here, and it's almost 10 minutes long, so it's sped up by over double. Turn 1, we have Estelle and Joshua move out of the way so these mooks don't hit them. They die in 2 hits, so they can't survive very long. Shara also buffs her agility at the start, just to improve her survivability. Estelle now has access to Chaos Brand, which I mentioned earlier. So she Chaos Brands the main boss, Josette. The way Chaos Brand works is it inflicts Confuse against one target with 100% accuracy as long as they don't resist it. And what confused targets will do is they'll either run around and do nothing, or they'll attack the nearest enemy. Enemy as in one of their allies. If there are no enemies in range, they'll move towards the closest enemy, and if there's no enemies in range but a party member is in range, they will attack the nearest party member. The important thing there is they always attack the nearest. This lets you pretty easily manipulate enemy AI, and as long as they don't choose to run around and do nothing, it will always play out the same way. Josette herself, when she's not confused, which there's not going to be many turns she gets unconfused, can either heal a single target, shoot her gun, or cast Petrify Breath. Petrify Breath is the scary one. You'll notice she casted it on Shara early on, but this has a 20% chance to just instantly kill the target. It petrifies them, not kills them, but we don't have a way to restore that, so it might as well be death, and therefore ruin the Deathless run. So we want to keep her confused to make sure she uses her gunshots, which also has the added benefit of forcing her to kill her friends. The problem with Josette is she is very, very bulky. She, even on not Nightmare, is a already very tanky boss, and on Nightmare it just goes to an absurd degree. You'll notice Shara, who is our offensive powerhouse right now with a tier 2 spell, doing less than 100 damage. It's fine though, because at this point in the fight we can just continuously confuse her, heal when we get low, misplace an aerial and not account for her running with confuse and whiffing like a fucking moron. The hardest part of this fight is definitely the first few turns. At this point we're kind of in the clear. But those enemies, if they hit Shara too far to the right, they'll get in range of Joshua and kill him. That's why we had him run a couple turns ago. And also, she's probably going to get off 1 or 2 Petrify Breaths throughout the fight, which, again, both have a 1 in 5 chance of killing. The upside of it, though, is she'll probably use them on Shara, and Shara has the Topaz Talisman equipped, so she takes negligible damage from them. All in all, not too bad of a fight, as long as we can keep Estelle and Joshua out of harm's way, because they're very underpowered at this point in the game. If we didn't get Chaos Brand on Estelle, this fight would have been a nightmare. And with that, the prologue is over, and we can move on to Chapter 1. Starting off Chapter 1, we have some side quests to get into. This is the last set of random encounters that we have to do. Once again, we need drops from these enemies. Unfortunately, we have to get 5 of this drop, which means we have to go and do encounters, and we have to make sure that every single enemy drops what we need dropped. And in this one specifically, one of the enemies gets a turn, and these enemies have a chance to either attack or summon another enemy. So I have to reset until we get every drop, and it chooses not to summon an enemy, which is kind of a pain in the ass. You'll also notice we have a new party member with us, Olivier. I'll talk about him more in an actual fight with him that's not just grinding for materials, but he is going to be very helpful every time he shows up in the party. Now we have some monster extermination side quests to do. Some context of what's happening in the story, because it's actually important for what's going on right now. This is a part where we're just escorting Olivier back to town, but he is a party member and we can run around and do side quests while he's here. So we want to take care of our monster exterminations now while we have access to them. This first one is pretty trivial. There's not really much to it. We Chaos Brand a couple of them with Estelle, and we have Shara and Olivier cast magic at them until they die. I'll use this time to talk about Olivier a bit. He's one of two like pure dedicated casters in the game, and is one of the best party members in the game by far. He has a fantastic line. It's one single line with only one locked slot, so his spell list is always fantastic. It's actually not that great in this fight because I haven't rearranged my ports yet. I kind of didn't bother changing my setup at all for this fight because it's really easy. But in later fights, he's going to have a better spell list than any other character in the game. On top of that, in this chapter, he joins a little bit over-leveled. He's even a higher level than Shara, and Shara is still pretty over-leveled for this point in the game. This, combined with the fact that his weapon gives him a pretty big strength boost, actually makes him a surprisingly impressive physical attacker in Chapter 1, despite physical being bad and Olivier's strength being bad, which is very funny. But yeah, he's a beast and is going to be putting the team on his back in most fights that he's around for. For the next monster extermination, this is one that's actually supposed to be done later in the chapter, but we're tackling very early while Olivier still has his first stint in the party. We do need a little bit of luck to get through it this early, but it's not too bad. Basically, two things need to happen. First of all, we need the enemies to split up their attacks turn 1 so that they don't kill Estelle or Joshua and like hard focus them. And the second one is that we need some crit turn to show up after Olivier casts Aerial. On top of this, one of the 5 enemies needs to attack him. It's pretty likely that 1 out of 5 attacks him. So that's not as bad as needing them to not attack Estelle or Joshua twice or the crit to show up. If they split their attacks perfectly, which they did here, we're actually in good shape for the rest of the fight. What I mentioned earlier about Olivier having high strength and from his weapon and being like over-leveled, that comes into play right here. With a crit S-craft, Olivier's going to be our highest damage possible in this fight right now. Estelle Chaos Brand's one of the remaining adds. The reason we do this is so it will hit the boss and bring it low enough for us to kill later in the fight. This will do way more damage than if Estelle was to just cast a spell at the end. Here with Joshua, I'm trying to pick who to heal. It's between Shara and Olivier. It's kind of a 50-50 guess, actually. Once the boss is low on health, it will start casting Diamond Dust. This spell is very high damage and will kind of delete Estelle and Joshua. But thankfully, it's not a target, it's a set, like Aerial, which means it can miss. So for example, the boss just targeted Estelle, we're going to move her out of range of it next turn. The reason we have our formation set up in the way that we do is so that no two characters are overlapping for Diamond Dust. I do make a mistake in where I move Estelle. I should have moved her off into a corner, not next to other characters, to reduce overlap if he does cast Diamond Dust. Because now he pretty much has to target Olivier. Because Shara's not going to get a chance to move, which is a misplay on my part. But I don't really get punished for it. A benefit of doing this is we're going to get new knives for Joshua. Estelle and Joshua right now are incredibly weak and have a very, very difficult time damaging enemies. So this will at the very least let Joshua's S-Craft do a fucking rip. Now we have some more side quests to mop up. These ones are a lot less interesting without Olivier in the party. This first fight is just like a regular mob fight. These enemies are pretty strong for our party right now. This is an area that we're going to be coming back to later. So there's a little bit of RNG here with who they choose to target, but we Chaos Brand one, it hits the other. You're going to see this a lot. Next up, we have two monster exterminations back to back that are really similar. We have one super tanky enemy that does a lot of damage. We Chaos Brand it, so it will just use a regular attack on one character, and we make sure Shara is the closest one to the enemy. Both of these fights have the exact same strategy of Shara trying to seal them with lightning. Seal is a status effect that just stops them from making any physical attacks. At this point, Shara is starting to fall off, quote unquote, and by fall off, I mean she's just not completely ridiculous anymore, but her damage is noticeably dropping off because the way her line is set up, it's pretty difficult for her to get access to like high damaging tier 2 spells. The best one is Lightning, and Lightning is a very thin line that's a set, so it's pretty hard to distantly hit enemies with it. So she's kind of usually stuck to either casting tier 1 spells or aerial, which is only slightly stronger than tier 1 spells. She is still very bulky though. That has not changed. Something else to note is we could have used Deathblow 2 on this monster. It's not immune to Deathblow. Deathblow 2 are unique quartz. I think there's 4 of them throughout the game that have a 100% chance to cause the Deathblow status effect, which is just insta-kill. After that one use though, they break. We used Deathblow 2 on a different fight that needs the reliability boost way more than either of these monster extermination. This big old fish is the exact same strategy as before. It's a little bit more annoying because it resists wind, so it doesn't take much damage from the lightnings when we try to seal it, but it's a rinse and repeat of the last fight. This chunk of the chapter, before Olivier rejoins the party, and while we're stuck with like Shara and her line not being fully upgraded and super underpowered Estelle and Joshua, is going to be the biggest pain point in the chapter. But after these next couple fights, things loosen up a lot. Something to note is we have the Topaz Talisman on Shara. That's why her S-Craft did so much damage, because Enemies weak to earth. Next we have 2 fights with these sheep enemies. There's also an NPC that has to be protected. The biggest thing to note of this fight is not even specifically because of this fight, but just that we finally have enough quartz to get Earthwall. Earthwall is the other spell besides Chaos Brand that's very, very broken. In a small area, it gives everyone 1 full hit of damage. It's going to be one of the best tools for survivability throughout the playthrough, and something that doesn't really get nerfed in later games. This next fight is identical to the last one. These fights are actually pretty RNG heavy, even though I'm writing them off right now as just random mob fights. These sheep can be annoying and gang up on one target really bad, or they can be pretty friendly and just run around and constantly buff us without actually hitting us. One nice thing is that their debuff also buffs strength, and buffing strength is actually just buffing damage. If you ever hear me say strength up or strength up turn, it's actually just a % damage buff to both magic and strength. Here we move on to Kyle, another boss fight. This actually soft-locked my run in my original rule set and why I had to loosen things up. But here it's not too bad. It's a little bit RNG heavy with how the ads decide to attack, but Kyle himself is a non-threat. We got an item called Death Blow 2. This is a one-time use quartz that has a 100% chance of applying Death Blow, which is an insta-kill. Tons of bosses, especially in the first half of the game, are actually not immune to Death Blow. Kyle is one of them. You'll see right here he gets one shot. From here, it's basically just a mob fight against Sky Pirates, and while they hit pretty hard compared to the last batch, as long as we can keep Earthwall up fairly frequently, and make sure Estelle and Joshua always are in a health range where they can survive 2 hits, it's not too scary. You'll notice here Joshua getting a big damage boost from his weapon for his S-Craft. His strength is actually pretty comparable, even probably a little bit better than Shara's at this point. That being said, his damage with spells is still really lackluster. Estelle and Joshua are going to be mostly just utility characters for this chapter because they're so far behind. Next we have another monster extermination. This one we can do whenever. It shows up pretty early, but we wait until Olivier joins the party again. He doesn't rejoin the party until towards the end of the chapter, right before the last dungeon. There's not that much combat between when he first joins and when he rejoins the party, but there is a lot of gameplay that happens, as in me running around doing side quests and story. This fight is, again, not much to write home about. Something you'll begin to notice is that most enemies in FC kind of just walk up and hit you. Sometimes they have another move, sometimes they hit multiple targets, and occasionally they'll even cast a spell, but 90% of enemies in this game, all they do is they walk up and hit you. So in big mob fights like this on Nightmare when we're underleveled, it's hope we don't get too unlucky with who they target, put our bulkiest character in front, and Chaos Brand to stop them from hitting us. As the game goes on, there are fights that are more complex, and even these mob fights are a bit more varied than I'm making them out to be. Chapter 1 is one of the most stale chapters when it comes to mob fights. Mostly because you just hold off on most of them until Olivier joins, and they all boil down to, hey, there's this really strong caster, have him cast an AoE spell and kill everything. Here you'll see I forgot to take off the Topaz Talisman, and Sarah did 0 damage. That was a little bit of an oopsie, but it doesn't really matter. Even though it's going to do 0 damage, I use her S-Craft for the 7th up turn anyway. Now we get into some more monster chests. You'll notice that anytime there's this power background that it's these robber trapper enemies, as we go through the game, they're always the same kind of vibe. They cast some spells, stronger spells as you get later in the game. They don't move. You find them in monster chests. Here we're only fighting one. You'll notice that most of our party either does chip damage or no damage. This is why we wait for Olivier to join, because he's more or less required for these fights in this run. You can probably do them early with proper setup, but there's not really a reason or point to do so. Moving on to the next fight, same deal except there's 3 of them. The nice thing about this fight is they are grouped up for Hellgate. Hellgate is a smaller AoE than Aerial, but higher base damage. It's also on time. Generally, time is just more consistent at dealing damage than other elements because enemies are not weak or resistant to it, whereas the 4 regular elements, fire, water, earth, wind, enemies can have resistances or weaknesses to them. The way that elements work in this game is they're split up between the 4 natural elements and then the 3 higher elements. But in FC, the only higher element that has offensive spells is time. Space and Mirage both don't have any offensive spells whatsoever. In fact, in FC, Space doesn't have any spells at all. This changes later in the next game, but for now, time is our only element that ignores resistances. The reason I'm casting spells that do 0 damage is to build up CP on my characters that aren't maxed out. I also end with a pummel to grind Sepith. This last monster chest is a little bit more complicated than the previous two. We have these wisdom enemies. They can hit pretty hard physically and drain health, or they can cast magic. We want them to split their attacks turn 1, because if 3 target Olivier, he can outright die, and if all 4 target him, he's pretty likely to die. We also have to not get death blown by a Shadow Spear. It's a 1 in 5 chance, so it's not super high, but it's a lot higher than I'd like. This fight is pretty RNG heavy, just because of how strong these enemies are. This monster chest technically can be done at the start of next chapter too, if we wanted to wait, but it's going to be way harder with just Estelle and Joshua. We much rather would prefer to do it with Farah in the party, and same with Olivier. Speaking of which, we once again use his S-Craft, this time with 200 CP, to get 3 of them very low on health, and then finish one of them off with Joshua. And then another with Shara. This is 100% worth the S-Crafts. It's very tough to survive this fight with all 4 of them alive. We also got a lucky blind. We have blind quartz equipped just to get access to more time spells, more so than its actual effect. Same with Petrify there, we get another lucky status effect. We just want the earth from it, but it does have the benefit of occasionally applying the status. And again, even these bigger monsters and even boss fights tend to not resist super debilitating game-breaking statuses. This will obviously cool off later in the game. Things will become less vulnerable. But for now, its status effects are pretty strong. We just don't have many reliable ways to apply them outside of Chaos Brand. And Chaos Brand is going to stay relevant for pretty much the entire game. Now we're in the final stretch of Chapter 1, and there's going to be a lot of mob fights against Sky Pirates. There really isn't much to talk about here, but I've noticed there's a lot of dead air in my commentary, so I'm going to try and fill the void with something. But yeah, there's a lot of generic Sky Pirate fights. They're basically the same mooks that were with Kyle. In the middle of it, there is going to be the end of chapter boss fight, but until then, we're fighting literal generics. Even though this is the last dungeon, there is a place to heal. It's kind of annoying because instead of just like an ornament charging station, you have to leave the dungeon and run all the way to this hut in a previous area from the chapter. Second fight, there's a lot more of them, but it's the same story. Even though it looks like Olivier is close to death, only 2 are in range of him the first turn, so he's not in danger at all. And then from there, they're gonna be pretty easy pickings. There's a Sepith upturn there. Sky Pirates only give fire, so it's not super worth it. But we end up using it anyway, because they're all going to die to the S-Craft anyway, so we might as well get the extra fire. Fire is not an element that we're going to be hurting for at all in this run, there really isn't much that we can make with fire. It's only useful to unlock slots. Attack quartz is so mediocre. The highest level attack quartz, attack 3, is pretty useful for some endgame fights, but not actually that many of them. And at that point, we're swimming in fire anyway. In general, we actually have a difficult time making quartz in this run just because we have to spend so much on unlocking slots, and higher level quartz are so expensive. This can be resolved by Sepith rigging in like basically every fight in the game to get as much as possible, but I think that's pretty lame, which is why I only really do it early on. You'll notice once again, Olivier coming in clutch with physical attacks. Basically our only good physical character at this point, which is funny because raw numbers wise, he's one of the worst physical characters in the game. But, you know, context of the chapter, over-leveled weapon, all the stuff that I mentioned earlier. Even with his really nice knives, as we approach the last area of chapter, Joshua's strength is not holding up. Basically, only his S-Craft is going to be doing good damage. Here we make it to the last boss of the chapter, although it's not the last encounter of the chapter. It's Josette and Kyle, and then a new sibling, Dawn. This fight's a joke. This fight is a complete and total joke. You can get a little bit unlucky the first turn and get a character dropped, but if that doesn't happen, then there's really nothing to worry about here. An optimization I could have done is instead of casting Hellgate on Josette, I should have cast it on Kyle. This would have chipped him down enough to the point where I don't think I would have needed the crit that I end up killing him with. Anyway, none of these enemies are immune to Chaos Brand, so we start by Chaos Branding Dawn. The reason for this is he just AoE attacks for huge damage every turn, and we just don't want him to do that. Josette is even more comically bulky than she is in the prologue. He takes a lot to kill, but offensively she's the weakest of the three. So she's just kind of a brick wall that constantly heals. Dawn, on the other hand, we want to make sure he's Chaos Branded as much as possible. Here it didn't matter because we had an Earth Wall up. But as the fight goes on, I attack with Joshua even though he's going to do 0 damage just to try and get a stun. That way Josette heals herself less and doesn't blow through Earth Walls as much. Dawn gets off 1 attack while we're not Earth Wall, but again, that's fine. We had more than enough to survive it. In fact, it's beneficial because we gained a bit of CP off of it. But from here on out, he's going to be Chaos Branded for, I believe, the rest of the fight. This is a fight that can actually be pretty tough blind, because you're faced with a lot of bulky enemies that hit very hard. But when you know what you're doing, and by when I know what you're doing, you know the Chaos Brand spell exists. It's one of the easiest boss fights in the game. Chaos Brand, I don't know, man. It's so easy to test. This game, you can tell, was like not playtested at all. Especially with how consistent enemies' AI is under Chaos Brand. It's random whether they move or attack, but who they attack is completely consistent. So it just ends up being the great equalizer of the game. Although I'm happy it exists because in this challenge run, again, it goes from trivializing things to straight up making a lot of these fights possible. With just Dawn left, we have to slowly whittle him down. You'll notice I don't even bother attacking with everyone at first. In my head, I'm thinking of Josette, who pretty much no one except Olivier can damage. But after a couple turns, I end up attacking with my other characters too to speed things along. Because Dawn's only move that he can do is the cannon shot, and he doesn't actually have a basic attack, he just doesn't attack when under the effects of Chaos Brand. He just runs around. Meaning he is completely neutered for the rest of the fight. It's also why we leave him for last. We get a stun. This doesn't really do much. I also realized that I can be building CP on Joshua by attacking, even if it doesn't really do any damage. There's a step up turn, and I consider stalling to try and get it with Estelle. But I didn't want to make this last any longer than it already did. Thankfully, Olivier does less damage than I expected, so I get to end it with an Estelle craft anyway. I was fully expecting in the moment for that Olivier spell to kill. Now to end off the chapter, it's a bunch of Sky Pirate mob fights. They're the same as before. There's not anything new going on here. The only difference is that I'm lazy and don't feel like running to heal. You'll notice that my characters start off these fights pretty weak. So, I'm going to have to manage my EP a little bit, and the last fight is a little bit sluggish because I go in without the ability to cast spells on my main damage dealer. This is also the last time for a while you're going to see Shara or Olivier. They leave after this chapter is over, and they will not rejoin until the final chapter of the game. This is unfortunate, obviously, because these are two of the best characters in the game and have been incredibly helpful, but all good things must come to an end. This is the last mob fight of the bunch. It's a little bit scuffed compared to the other ones, again, because my casters are out of EP. But we can still just, like, Chaos Brand them. It does mean we have to worry about them ganging up on one target, but they can't do that turn 1, and 2 of them will be Chaos Branded turn 2, so there's not really too much to worry about here. These chunks of repetitive mob fights are something that's going to continue throughout the game. Just like I was talking about earlier with enemies' movesets being pretty simple, a lot of the layouts for enemies get reused frequently, both in monster chests and in story encounters. This is just one of the many growing pains of FC before the other Sky games. It is a very simple game compared to SC and 3rd. But it does have its own share of cool things that will rear their head as the run goes on, and some of which have already reared their head. And with that, Chapter 1 is complete. Starting off Chapter 2, we have a fight against some dogs and a new party member, Agate. This is the fight he's going to be the best in of any encounter he's around for. He's really bulky and hits pretty hard physically. This is the only time he's really good. Every other fight he joins for, he's honestly kind of dog shit. On top of this, he's not around for very long. He's one of the least available party members in the game. He's going to kind of come and go as he pleases throughout the next 2 chapters. Agate is one of our 2 big physical characters. In this game, like I said, he's very, very bad. He doesn't really have much going for him because physical is really terrible, and a lot of his strong tools don't come until very late into the game. For now, though, he's like 10 levels higher than our other characters, so he's gonna meat shield and hit hard enough to carry this fight. Right now, Estelle and Joshua are still so far behind what the game expects us to be. But Chapter 2 is a way more combat-intensive chapter than the past two. So, they're going to catch up eventually. Talk a little more about Agate. He's really, really good in later games. FC is just so not kind to him. Like I said, physical is already so bad. Crafts have very low base power in FC, and on top of all of this, he doesn't have the good versions of most of his crafts. A lot of the things that make him good are like Flame Smash 2, Wild Rage 2, Dragon Dive. These are all things that he just doesn't have in this game. He doesn't really have a niche compared to some of the other physical characters who, while also are not good, have like one thing they can do that's really good. For now though, because he starts with such a lead over our other characters, he is pretty useful, and he's not going to be useless when he rejoins. He's never going to be useless. Even the bad characters in this game still fill a slot in the party. Your party's fixed until the final dungeon. It's not like they're detracting from anything. And even a literal generic character with no special abilities can still, you know, equip Quartz and cast like Earthwall or Chaos Brand or something, so we're happy to have him when he's around. He's just, you know, not that great after this fight. These dog enemies you're going to see a lot. This is one of the weaker bunches of them, but some of the later ones get really obnoxious. You'll notice that this fight's a little bit RNG heavy. It's not, I shouldn't say heavy, but the AI likes to split their attacks, and we really want them to. If they gang up on Estelle or Joshua, they will probably die. You'll notice there's a couple times that we don't quite get an Earthwall off or a heal off, and we just get lucky with what the dogs target. With that, Agate is gone and isn't going to rejoin us until the very end of the chapter. We go into a monster chest. We actually do this one before we get the party member of the chapter, because it's really easy to deal with. There's only 2 enemies, so Estelle and Joshua are perfectly capable of handling it on their own. One kind of nice thing the game does is enemies in this chapter don't scale nearly as hard as they do in the prologue or chapter 1. Probably to account for the fact that Estelle and Joshua can potentially be very weak going into chapter 2. I don't know if they account for them being this weak, but we do have to wait on most of the optional encounters until we get a party member later on. There's actually a funny weapon that we get for Joshua, not before this chest, but pretty much right after this chest, where it actually gives him a lot of strength but lowers his arts. It's one of the few weapons in the game that does more than just boost strength. It's dog shit, it's trash, we never use it, but it's cool that it exists. Here we have another set of repetitive random encounters. They're not really random encounters, it's more like clear monsters out of this area. These are pretty similar to the crab fights from the prologue. They're not super reliable, and the first one is the hardest of the bunch because we get a level afterwards. We also really want to focus on getting Sepith because we're pretty close to having both all of Estelle and all of Joshua's slots unlocked. And they both get a pretty big power spike from that happening. Joshua is further behind than Estelle slot-wise, just because Estelle is so cheap. Her slots are so much cheaper to unlock. Estelle will have all of her slots unlocked, I believe, by the end of this chapter, and Joshua, I think, will get his last one unlocked at the very start of chapter 3. Yeah, again, there's not really much to talk about with these fights. We Chaos Brand them, they hit each other. That's it, that's all she wrote. It's a little bit RNG heavy. These fights aren't immensely reliable. Sometimes, depending on what happens, like there, we have to move someone out of range. Generally, as long as they attack each other at every opportunity with Chaos Brand, the fight goes pretty smoothly. But if they choose to run around, things can get a little iffy. Because then we struggle to kill them fast enough. This is not the last set of this repetitive mob type of quest. There's actually another one later in the chapter, although that one isn't nearly as annoying as this one. This quest also has to be done right now. We can't wait until later when we have another party member. The second we enter the main town of the area, there's a couple of hidden quests that expire, so we need to do them now while we only have Estelle and Joshua. This is one of them. This is also the more annoying of the two, by kind of a lot. But it's almost over. This is the last of the 4 fights. And it is a nice way to catch Estelle and Joshua up. It's funny, because Chapter 2 is generally one of the harder chapters in the game, so I was very nervous going into it in this run, but it ended up not being too bad. This was definitely one of the worst parts, was this quest. And there are a couple other fights, specifically 2 other fights, that are both massive pains in the ass. But overall, it was not as annoying as Chapter 1. Here's the other side quest that we have to do now. You'll notice we have an NPC with us, Chloe. She's actually more useful than just the other NPCs we've had to protect because she will cast healing spells for us. She'll join as a fully fledged party member in a little bit, but for now she's just gonna walk around and heal. These shark enemies are very slow and hit very hard. But this makes them even more susceptible to Chaos Brand than normal because we have more turns to cast it before they have a chance to hit us. It's a very, very easy fight. Again, in general, all of the fights before Chloe fully joins the party are pretty trivial outside of the lighthouse fights. Another thing you'll notice is that, again, Estelle's, even now that Joshua can also cast Chaos Brand, Estelle's spell list is just better. Significantly better. This is because even though her line on paper is worse, you get to unlock it so much faster, and not having a restricted slot helps a lot. This is our last fight. This one is completely required. It's not even like a skippable side quest. Not that we would be allowed to skip it in this rule set anyway. It looks a little bit intimidating because there's a lot of enemies, but the important thing is that they're all either very frail or very immobile. We do need to absolutely deal with these 2 fiery plant enemies right away, because if they attack us, they cause confuse. So we want them disabled as fast as possible, because we don't really have a way to protect against that status at the moment. This main boss enemy is going to just cast a lot of spells, including healing spells. It doesn't have that much health, thankfully. So it's not really that threatening. We do have to care about Chloe's HP, even though she's going to heal. She won't always get off the heal on herself, or she'll target someone else, and we would need to actively heal her back up. Like right here, she chooses to run away instead of heal. We can also opt to Earth Guard, which is what I'm doing here, and just prevent the damage until she heals herself. Unfortunately, a crit S-Craft from Estelle was not enough to finish it off because we don't have any attack ports on her, so we had to burn both our S-Crafts just to do that last sliver of health, which is a little bit tragic. This enemy, even with a strength upturn, isn't really in danger of killing one of our characters. They don't hit that hard. And here we have the fight where Chloe finally fully joins the party. This fight sucks ass. This fight is so fucking tragic. I hate this fight. I hate this fight casually, no matter in this run. There are a lot of enemies here. They're all very bulky. They all hit very hard. They can cause various status effects, like right there you see defense down and seal. The one saving grace is that the enemies that are named without bandanas will sometimes choose to buff their allies or heal or debuff, which means they're not hitting us, which is really good. We want that to happen as much as possible. This fight is so unreliable in this rule set. It's very, very luck dependent. The problem is none of our characters are that bulky. Even though Chloe starts out a little bit over-leveled and in front of everyone else, she doesn't have the same level of bulk as Shara does. She's pretty in line with Estelle and Joshua right now. Our best bet is to Chaos Brand 2 of the regular enemies because they don't have a chance to do anything but attack. They're always going to attack, whereas the boss enemies do have a chance to not hurt us. We also want to try and get as many enemies in Hellgates as possible to try and stun them and reduce the amount of heat we take each turn. These enemies also aren't really that keen to split their attacks. I deliberate for a bit here of what I want to do because I know this flicker is not going to do very much damage. But the delay is so useful anyway that I end up going with it. It actually hits harder than I thought in the moment. That's Joshua's new craft that he got last chapter, Flicker. Delay just adds delay to the enemy, so it pushes their turn back. It's a very, very strong effect, but with how much crafts delay the target as well, combined with the fact they don't do much damage, means it gets used less throughout this run than you would expect. With this, even though Joshua's really low, pretty much all of the heat's been taken off of him. Rocco, the enemy back in the back, isn't in range, and the other three enemies... Actually, Rocco, too, also all got killed. I forgot all four of them died this turn. For some reason, I thought Rocco lasted one more. But either way, with that Hellgate, we're pretty much in the clear to win the fight. I decided to move Joshua this turn just in case Dean unstuns, but He stayed fainted for another turn. This was one of the fights I was most worried about when starting this run, and it ended up being one of the biggest pains in the ass. I'm still not really happy with this clear because of how luck dependent it was, but take what you can get.
Nicely done.
Moving on to clean up the other monster chests we skipped earlier now that we have Chloe. I didn't really have time to talk about Chloe in the last fight, so I'll do it in these two monster chests. Chloe is the purest caster in the game. She has terrible bulk, terrible physical stats, but very, very high arts, and some really good support skills. She is normally already one of the best party members in the game, but in this run, with all of my restrictions, she's like the GOAT. She's the best anytime she's around. On top of just being a very, very good caster, she also has an interesting S-craft. It's an AoE heal and revive. The revive part obviously doesn't matter in a Deathless run. And at 200 CP, it boosts defense by 50%, which is pretty huge, but the buff doesn't last very long. It's normally an okay panic button, but kind of pales in comparison to just something that does damage. But in this run, without the ability to use items, the extra source of healing and the defense buff are both incredibly valuable, so you'll end up seeing it a lot, especially in late game. Chloe does come with her fair share of flaws, though. I mentioned the fact that she's frail earlier, but also her line, although it is one straight line and she ends up having a very good spell list, she does have 3 waterlock slots, which is a lot. And unfortunately, Water Quartz just does not give us any good spells, basically. It gives us the healing spells, that's the best thing that it gives us. That's pretty much it. Higher level water spells are pretty impractical to get, so she'll mostly just be using either time spells or blue impact. A lot of the tier 2 single target spells in this game are really good. They're cheap, quick to cast, and have enough base power for pretty much the whole game. We end up fighting a lot of endgame bosses just by using blue impact. Same thing with like Flare Arrow, Earth Lance, all of those. These monster chests, when we have 2 characters that can cast an AoE spell, especially one that does so much damage to Chloe, end up being very, very trivial. But with just Estelle and Joshua, it would have been pretty difficult, so we hold off anyway. It's not like we needed to do them earlier. Now we move on to Helmet Crabs. This fight is a slog. It's one of the longest fights in the chapter, sped up. Like, I'm looking at my timeline right now in my editing software, and I'm like, holy shit, this fight is so fucking long. It's not going to be nearly as long as the Ravens fight, because that one isn't sped up, but it's just a slog. The reason is these enemies reflect physical, so we can't use S-crafts on them. We can only cast spells. And they have a habit of summoning more enemies. Thankfully, these palm enemies will flee, so we don't always have to outright kill them, but it's still an annoying fight. It's not a particularly difficult fight, just not a very fast one. They do hit pretty hard if they do get a chance to attack. But as long as we can thin the herd a reasonable amount before they get close to us, it's not too bad. We do get a pretty lucky dodge on Estelle there. But I don't think it would have ended up mattering. Because I believe I end this fight with Chloe's S-craft not used, so if I ever got into a sticky situation, I could have just, used it. They also cause mute, which is really annoying, because, you know, you can't hit them physically. Back onto more monster chests. Back to robber trappers. Same shtick as in the prologue, same shtick as in chapter 1. You'll notice a trend of there being more and more of these each chapter. The exception being chapter 4, because there's not a tower in chapter 4. Even though it still does no damage, we use aerial anyway for the 7th up turn. I think this is the last fight, either this one or another robber trapper fight in this chapter is the last fight I actively rig for a 7th up turn. The rest throughout the run happened by chance. Here, if I didn't cast Soul Blur with Joshua, I actually would have gotten 2, which would have been huge. I think that definitely would have let me unlock a slot faster, but I already rigged for 1. It's probably better that I didn't get both, just for integrity's sake. Here we have literally the exact same fight again. Not really anything to add. I do get a 7th up turn 1, but it's not on aerial, so I'm assuming I didn't rig for it, and it just happened to be lucky. Those dogshit knives I was talking about earlier actually could technically be useful in one of these fights that the only really thing Joshua does for damage is S-craft something. But obviously he doesn't need anything but strength, but that's the only offense he does. Maybe there's a spot I could have slipped him in, but it doesn't really matter. We do get a 7th up aerial turn. It's only on 1 enemy, but again, pretty lucky, because I don't think I reset the fight till I got that. I think that just happened naturally. Again, not anything else to talk about here. FC really likes these back-to-back mob fights that are identical. I will say these are completely optional. Most towers, I shouldn't say most, but 2 of the 4 towers you don't have to visit at all just to beat the main story. Both Chapter 1 and Chapter 2 don't have any main story quests located in these areas. The reason I didn't attack with Chloe is to build up CP on Estelle and Joshua, because they're both very low, and we don't have that many chances to start grinding CP again. This is the last of the 4, finally, and then we're done. I kind of flounder a little bit at the end, and you'll see why. I get greedy when I probably should have just ended the fight. It's not like something I get punished for, but it is something that takes a little bit of time. And I really shouldn't be dragging out these repetitive fights. Here there's 3 7th up turns back to back, but I don't have an S-craft ready to take advantage of them, which is really sad. So I only get a single hit of one of the turns with Chloe. So the thing that I stall for is that 7th up turn down there. I try to move with Estelle and maybe she gets another turn fast enough, but it's nowhere close. But then I see another 7th up turn and I try stalling again because I have Earth Wall up. It's not like they're going to kill me. And they're on very low health, so I can just end the fight whenever. Unfortunately for me though, I end up missing both because now Estelle is too fast to get it because I only moved last turn and moving has less delay than other actions. Which, you know, waste some time. Here we have another side quest. This time we're fighting, like, literally Chapter 1 enemies. So, this fight is over pretty quickly. These enemies are pathetic. You'll notice they do very little damage and take a lot of damage. I mean, Chloe with a strength upturn literally one-shot one of them. Now we're back to another clear out a bunch of repetitive mob fights. Very similar to the lighthouse quest, just in a different building. Thankfully for this one, we have a different setup. We have only Chloe and Estelle. Joshua is not available for this part of the game. But this is easier than the lighthouse fights because we have Chloe. The context for why Joshua's not here is there's like a school festival going on and Joshua's off to help plan something. So we only have Estelle and Chloe to run around and complete side quests. There's actually a bunch of them back to back that we have to do for BP, but this is the only one that's combat related. I do this first fight a little bit sloppy. I'm just like trying things out. This is like my first attempt. But the next 3 go smoother. I now know what enemy to Chaos Brand first. I focus on spells that just do damage with Chloe instead of trying to like fish for insta-kills or whatever. There are quite a few fights in this game that I just take my first attempt. Part of me likes to redo them so the attempt is more clean or the strategy is more reliable, but also part of me, if it's not like a completely unreasonably lucky clear, is like, hey, this fight's so easy you can just do it first try. Even though there's a lot of fights in Chapter 2, we're actually not that far off from the end. There's one really long fight, and then a back-to-back, like, boss rush. But we're already a good ways through the chapter. Chapter 2 is one of the longest chapters. What isn't shown in this video is just all of the fucking side quests running around doing bullshit. All of that happens off video, or off recording. I don't feel like it's necessary to show. Maybe I could have shown off my setup for each fight, but it would bloat the video way more than it already is. So I decided to keep it just 2 encounters. And that's probably what I'm going to do for the next 2 games as well. While we have some downtime, I guess I can talk about my thoughts on SC, which I'm very nervous about. I've never seen a low-level challenge run for Nightmare. I have heard it's impossible. I'm going to try and do it on Nightmare. I might have to add some exceptions for the prologue, like allowing the usage of items, reviving, etc. But I do really, really want to beat SC on Nightmare on a low level. Here we have a souped up version of the monster extermination from the first part of the chapter. Now we have Chloe in the party and there's a lot more enemies. This fight is long and tedious. I think I could have had a better setup for this fight with more AoE spells, but I don't, so it ends up taking a while. If you can't tell from my yawning, I'm recording this after work at like 9 o'clock at night. Been working a lot of overtime recently. Things have been a little fucked. But more money, can't complain. But anyway, SC Nightmare. It's definitely the hardest game in the series, and I'm not looking forward to the early game. Again, I don't know how many exceptions I'm going to have to add to make it possible, but I really, really want to try and make it work. FC is a game that's very much untested, and it is quite difficult. It's not an easy game, but it's also not that unfair. There's not that many, hey, go fuck yourself moments. SC, on the other hand, is a whole different beast. But we'll see when we get there. For now, we're still in the first game. This fight is a slog. It's very long the way I'm doing it. Again, I think I could have sped this up greatly by just pushing my quartz around and not being lazy. But I tend to have a pretty bad habit of, if I can beat a fight with my current setup and it's not super RNG heavy, I'm just going to beat the fight with my current setup until I'm forced to adapt. This sometimes leads to pretty sluggish clears like this one. Another fight that there's a lot of room for improvement in. It also doesn't help that a lot of these enemies spread out, so it's pretty tough to hit them with AoEs this late in the fight. Overall, though, it's not that bad. Most fights in Chapter 2, actually, are not that bad, like I was saying earlier. The last two fights of the chapter are both troublesome. Well, one of them is troublesome. One of them is the literal worst fight in the run. Or candidate, anyway. It's either that or a fight in Chapter 3. It's very much a quantity of fights over quality of fights in Chapter 2. This tends to be a chapter that's pretty hit or miss with people, and I think the gameplay might be part of the reason as to why. Two of the worst fights in the game, both in the Ravens and the last boss of the chapter, exist, and everything else is just like a lot of repetition, not that much going on. But there's still like over 20 encounters. And when I say over 20 encounters, I mean like monster chest, side quests, story encounters, not like random enemies. In fact, Chapter 2 has more fights in it than Chapter 3. Not counting the final chapter, Chapter 2 has the most amount of encounters that we have to complete. The final chapter is a little bit misleading because it's the most by far, but half of them come from the final dungeon. We're getting close to the end of the fight at this point. We're still just kind of turtling with Earth Wall and slowly whittling enemies down. Once again, if I was less lazy and just switched around my course to get AoE spells, it would have been much faster, but what are you gonna do? In fact, this fight took so long that Joshua is out of EP completely. And with that complete slog out of the way, we get back to the actual story fights. And we have Agate back. Woo! He's still over-leveled, he's still bulky, he still hits kinda hard, but again, he's so fucking whatever. He's like so trash. You'll notice that Agate actually does pretty decent damage with a fire spell there, even though his art set is terrible. Even being over leveled, it's still terrible. Fire spells have higher base damage than other elements. Not every fire spell, like Firebolt doesn't, but the higher level fire spells tend to have higher base damage. I believe the logic behind this is attack quartz is pretty useless for casters, so it makes it so physical characters will still deal some damage with their spells. And if you want to go through the effort of putting a bunch of fire quartz on a caster, you can hit pretty big damage numbers. You'll notice I'm not talking much about the fight that's happening on screen. That's because there's not much to talk about. They're all much easier versions of the Raven fights from earlier, because we only have 3 enemies to deal with, and this time we also have a 4th party member who can sit there and soak hits for us. All 3 of these fights play out roughly the same way. The 4th fight of this area is actually different, believe it or not. Instead of having us do the same fight 4 times in a row, they only have us do it 3 times for this one. Crazy, I know, the game is so generous. One problem that we're going to run into in these fights is Chloe is our best offensive character, but also she's our only character who's capable of getting an AoE healing spell. This means we just have a lot that we want her to do on any given turn. She also has a really good craft we haven't used yet, just because we haven't really had a chance to, which lowers enemy strength and defense by 50%. It's one of the best moves in the game. But we just never have time to use it. Again, in a casual playthrough, this would be less of an issue because Estelle and Joshua would probably have all of, if not very close to all of their slots unlocked. Actually, they probably would both have all of their slots unlocked at this point in a casual playthrough. Speaking of slots, Agate comes with basically none of his slots unlocked, and his line is terrible, which is just adds to the insult. Here we use his S-Craft to get a little bit of Sepith from that enemy. Agate's first S-Craft is pretty terrible. It's just another single target hit things S-Craft, but one of his few benefits is when he rejoins the party in Chapter 3, he does rejoin with one of the best S-Crafts in the game. He's one of 4 characters to get a Tier 2 S-Craft. And he's one of 2 non-Estelle/Joshua characters to get a Tier 2 S-Craft. But because he's Agate and always has to be a loser, his Tier 2 S-Craft actually has slightly lower base power than the other physical character. I know I'm giving him a lot of shit, but it's okay. Once I get to SC, he'll be putting in a ton of work in that game because he gets super duper buffed. Get a couple lucky Sepith up turns there. Here we have the last fight. This one, we're now fighting 2 special ops. They have to not target the same person turn 1. As long as they don't do that, this fight's not bad. But there were quite a few attempts where they just both decided to shadow weaving one target and GG's. If they both target Agate, he'll live. But if they both target Chloe or someone else, because their range is very big with shadow weaving, it's game. But once we can get Chaos Brand on one of them, this fight's not that bad. These enemies are very fast, and we don't really have enough action ports to combat their really high speed. In general, we have a very hard time making action ports throughout this playthrough. Shadow weaving, on top of doing a lot of damage, also delays the target. So now here I have to choose between healing Joshua with Chloe's S-Craft or just hoping they don't target him. Because this fight is so easy to reset, I just took the luck roll. Technically, I probably should have S-Crafted with Chloe, but fucking whatever, it doesn't matter. Another thing about physical attacks is they can miss. Joshua unfortunately gets hit out of the earth wall, which is very unfortunate because now we have to rely on him not getting targeted again. Thankfully, these enemies are not particularly smart and don't really gang up on low health characters. Here I just go for the offense. I should have actually Chaos Branded the other enemy, because then he would have been forced to target the closest enemy, or closest party member. And I'm pretty sure it wears off next turn, and this Hellgate is going to kill the one that's on low health anyway. But hindsight's 20/20. Although, that mistake did lead to one of the funniest things I do in this run, which is use Wild Rage 1. This craft drains 25% of your HP or 25% of your CP. You get 50 CP for 25% of your HP. This craft is infamously dog shit in this game. It's so bad and not worth the trade-off. But I needed a way to finish off this enemy, and 50 CP was enough to get Agate into 200 CP range. So it did have one use for me, but it only had a use because I fucked up the previous turn.
Should have done that.
And with that, Agate doesn't stick around for the last boss, and I kind of wish he did, because a meat shield would have been helpful here. This fight is candidate for the worst fight in the run. It is complete RNG, and this is one of the fights that I'm the least happy with. These two enemies are incredibly strong. One of them takes half damage from physical skills, one of them takes half damage from magic. These enemies are super strong, super fast. They cause status effects when they attack, and I don't really have a way to reliably deal with them. I can use Chloe's craft that lowers strength to make one of them a lot less threatening, but that delays her pretty heavily. And also, I want access to the defense buff from her 200 CPS craft. She's also stuck on healing duty most of the time because our other characters don't have access to Latira and the other spells they need, which means she can't be debuffing them or dealing damage, which is very frustrating. That's part of why this fight is so annoying, that Chloe has to just keep our party members alive, when really I want her to be dealing damage. If these two gang up on the same party member multiple turns in a row, there's not really much we can do. It's kind of just game over. We also pretty much never want them to land on a crit turn. It doesn't actually matter too much there because we had Earthwall up, but also at the same time, I really wanted the damage from the S-Craft. Here, you see why we don't want them to crit. Estelle got very, very low on health, but thankfully they split their attacks up. That's the one nice thing about this fight is, like a lot of other enemies in Chapter 2, they really don't particularly like to gang up on one target. They can, but it's pretty random whether they do or not. Again, we get really lucky there that they choose not to kill Joshua. That's just going to keep happening over and over again, is we're going to be on low health and they're going to choose to target different characters. Here, even though we're on really low health, I go for the kill. It's more important that we get one of them dead because Chloe can just S-craft to heal us back up. The problem is we're not going to be able to debuff this other dog. Once one of them dies, they'll boost the stats of the other one. So this one is now insanely hard to take down because he gets an evasion buff and a huge defense buff. You'll notice how little damage we're about to do to it. So my goal at this point is to, even though we're going to only be doing chip damage, like here a crit from Chloe only does 162 damage, but we want to get her back up to 20 CP so she can debuff its defense. Defense in this game is both physical and magic defense, just in the same way that strength is both physical and magic attack. There are two different stats, like that equipment boosts, but buffs in combat, it's just a straight damage reduction and just a straight damage boost. Finally, Chloe has enough CP to debuff the enemy, and she misses because of the increased agility. So we're back to doing chip damage. We're also starting to run really low on CP on Joshua. Even though we can turtle pretty well, now that there's only one enemy, we will eventually run out of resources. Since items are banned, we're not allowed to refill them. So we do have to kill this dog eventually. We try it to debuff again, miss again, and are back to just trying to build CP. Thankfully, the buffs do run out, but not thankfully is Chloe gets stunned as soon as they run out, and we don't have a good way to cure this. You'll notice Joshua's dual strike actually doing a hefty amount of damage. The knives he has equipped are quite good, and this enemy is weak to physical. Chloe's back on her feet, but we have to spend a turn healing so we don't, die. We do finally get the debuff off, now that it's almost dead. And this will let us finish it off next turn with a dual strike. Or a flicker, excuse me, sorry. I don't know why I chose the more expensive craft, but that's chapter 2. Starting off chapter 3, we have a new party member and a mob encounter against these worms. Thankfully, you don't have to do it 4 times in a row. This is the only time in the entire playthrough you're going to see these worms, so that's cool. This new character is kind of a liability in this first fight. She starts in an unideal position, and you can notice that her health is terrible. In fact, all of her base stats are terrible. She has the worst stats across the board of any party member in the game. Her name is Tita. Like Agate, she'll be helpful for the fight she's around for because it's not like we have an alternative, but there's a good chance she's the worst playable character in the game. She does have one ace up her sleeve, which you will see in a couple fights that she's around for that's really strong, but just direct comparison how much damage she does compared to literally any other character in the game, and it doesn't look good for her. The fight that's happening on screen, it's the same as most of the fights you saw in Chapter 1 and 2. We cast Chaos Brand, we cast Earthwall. There's not really much else to say about it. It's not the easiest fight in the game. These enemies can cause speed down, which you see right there, which is pretty annoying. And when they are Chaos Brand, they'll drain health with their regular attacks, so they're kind of bulky. This makes them a little bit slow to kill, and the longer they live, the more chances they have to attack and kill Tita. So things can go wrong, but overall it's a pretty easy fight that we don't have to worry too much about. Chapter 3 in general is a lot less combat heavy than Chapter 2. There's less encounters that we do overall, and a lot of them are just, like, quick monster chests at the end of the chapter that we do in bulk. In fact, there's not really any traditional boss fights in Chapter 3 at all. This chapter, there is a lot of running around compared to other chapters, which, you know, you don't see, you only see the combat. But a ton of quests in this chapter are run from point A to point B. One of the few combat-related quests, though, is this fight against a bunch of rabbits. Here we'll get to show off the thing that makes Tita not complete and total dogshit, and that is Smoke Cannon. This is a big AoE that causes blind. Any enemy that she can blind, this is just a massive reliability booster. Like I mentioned previously, most enemies in this game just walk up and attack you, so when you neuter their accuracy, it suddenly makes your entire party incredibly bulky. This is Tita's one claim to fame in this game. This is very useful in the fights that we have her for free, but absolutely not a reason to bring her into the final dungeon, as it doesn't outweigh any of her numerous, and I mean fucking numerous weaknesses. Another quirk about Tita is her regular attacks are AoE. This is kind of nice for building CP, but her terrible strength means that she's just doing chip damage to a group of enemies. I say terrible strength. Her strength's not that bad. It's pretty similar to Estelle and Joshua. But that's not good for a character that is supposed to be one of your big physical damage dealers. Here we have a monster extermination quest that has been going on for a couple seconds and I haven't really said anything about it. It's the first fight in the chapter that has some level of strategy, and that strategy is just use Chaos Brand. These enemies are really bulky and annoying to take down, and if they get attacks off, they can stun, but we have time to Chaos Brand almost all of them right off the bat. Actually, all of them right off the bat, because they don't have great movement, and from here they'll kill each other much faster than we can kill them. We do have to think about what enemy we want to refresh Chaos Brand on in these fights, because Chaos Brand only lasts a couple turns. So even though the Chaos Brand was going to wear off on the enemy that ran to the back of the map first, it's going to take him a turn to approach us again anyway, so we have time to get another one off, which is why we refresh it on the enemy that's right in front of us. These little decisions of what enemy to target because of turn order and positioning happened a lot throughout the playthrough. I don't really point them out that much because this commentary happens well after these fights do. In fact, for the SC run, I think I want to commentate fights right after I do them. And I think I might even want to do a little bit of live commentary and cut between the two. That way I can also, instead of choosing to speed up almost every fight, can play the parts of the fight in real time, or not in real time, but in regular speed that are important, and then have my live reaction to what's happening, and then during the downtime and the boring parts, speed it up and switch to this commentary. I think that'll be a lot more engaging and better for pacing, because something I'm noticing while editing this video, because I'm 2 hours and something minutes in at this point, is that there is a ton of dead time, a ton of downtime, and I am speeding up almost every fight in full because they're just so long. This dogfight is a pain in the ass. It's actually one of the worst fights in the whole run. We have to get really lucky with stuns. That spell that Joshua was casting, White Gehenna, now that he has his slots open, he can pretty easily get it, and we're going to leave it on him for most of this chapter. It's basically a souped-up version of Aerial that is time element, so it doesn't have to deal with resistances, and also can stun. On top of this, the base power is better than pretty much any other AoE spell we have access to. This dogfight is, again, pretty much just if we get lucky with stuns, it's easy. If we don't, it's hell. There's probably a better strat that doesn't rely on getting these 20% stuns on multiple enemies, but whatever. It's one of those fights that's like really annoying, so I just took whatever worked instead of devising whatever a super consistent strat would be. Something you'll note about Dorothy, who is an NPC that joined us earlier in the game, just not while there were any required fights, is she can actually blind enemies, which is cool. She's one of the few NPCs that does something. Here we have Agate back in the party. You'll notice that Tita missed out on the past couple fights. Story, reasons. But Agate is back and worse than ever. At this point, he's pretty mediocre at best. He's still very over-leveled, and he can stay relevant in certain fights by equipping talismans to hit on weaknesses. But overall, he's kind of slow and underwhelming compared to Estelle and Joshua. He's a lot bulkier, though. He can take way more hits, which is why we have him out in front. We can tackle this monster quest with Tita in the party instead of Agate. But even though Tita is arguably better because she can blind things, I prefer Agate being able to meat shield. Much like in Chapter 2, Agate's going to be in and out of the party for a lot of reasons. Basically, he joins and then he's going to get poisoned and be out of the party for a while. He's going to be out of commission while he's being treated, and then rejoins for the end of the chapter. He's actually around for very little of the main plot in either Chapter 2 or 3. For the exact amount of fights he's around, I think it's actually more than Tita. So, he technically has more availability, like there's literally more fights he's around for. But there are less times where you can freely explore and walk around with him in the party, so on a casual playthrough, it's going to feel like Agate is never around, because it kind of is. This snake fight was pretty trivial. I didn't really talk about it. They can cause status effects. We have accessories to make our characters immune to those status effects. And from there, it's just a regular mob fight. Nothing special. You'll notice I'm not fiending for using Estelle's S-Craft on Sepith turns anymore. And this is just because we have all our slots unlocked now. We're back to another dogfight. This time there are less dogs and we have Agate in the party, so it's way easier. Dragoona Edge, which is genuinely a good craft, is something he gains in this chapter. It's a big line impede with pretty good base power by FC standards, but it's a lot better in the next game. But it's not bad here. Even though we have all our slots unlocked, we still need to eventually make high-level quartz, so I take Sepith upturns that I can get, I just don't really ever rig them. Here we're cleaning up some monster chests. These monster chests are a little bit interesting because Pretty much, we're going to have access to Agate on the way up the tower and on the way back through the tower. But on the way back through the tower, we're also going to have access to Tita. Then Agate is going to get poisoned, or in the story he's already poisoned, but the cutscene for him leaving the party doesn't happen until you progress back to town. So we do have a brief stint where we'll have a full party. We do this monster chest now because it gives us Agate's sword. Or a new sword for Agate, I should say. This lets him do a little bit more damage in the fight at the top of the tower. I don't think I should have done this monster chest now. I think I should have held off until the end of the chapter, and I should have gotten Mind 3 instead. Because Agate, I don't think, needed the extra offense, and it made a certain penguin fight later in the chapter that is pretty infamous even slower than it needed to be. But I was pretty focused on the short term. And also this chest, I think, is right next to where the boss of the area is, so. Hindsight. These Robber Trapper fights are a little bit more involved because they cast stronger spells and are more split up than previous fights. But the strategy is still more or less the same. They just take a little longer. Here we have another Spec Ops fight. This time there's a gun fella. The gun fellas hit real hard and can also attack your entire party at once. We don't have a great way to survive this. So we do have to not get completely owned turn 1. After that, though, we get Chaos Brand on the enemies, and it's not too hard from there. Another neat thing about Agate is something I think I mentioned earlier, which is that he's one of the 4 characters in the game that has a tier 2 S-Craft. On top of this, his is AoE, and he gains it at the start of Chapter 3, so. Cool. With a crit, it does a lot of damage, and clears out most of this fight. On top of this, we won't need him to S-Craft again. He will get the CP back before the end of the chapter, but we don't ever need it, so this is the best part to use it by far. Now that Tita's back in the party, we tackle a couple more of the monster chests. Not all of them, because we can't run back to heal, or else Agate leaves. You'll notice he's going into this fight with 0 EP and having to rely on Dragoon Edge instead of spells. But Tita adds a lot to these fights because she's just another target, and we can actually purposely place her away from the rest of the group so that they waste an entire AoE spell on just Tita. The trade-off is we have to make sure she's Earth-guarded because she's so frail and she gets easily 2-shot, but her existence lets us tackle a few more of these. This is one of the points that was heaviest on resource management because I had to manage my level ups. The only reason we can do these chests is because we get multiple level ups to restore our character's EP. I end up getting both Estelle and Joshua's weapons, and I believe the attack 3 quarts, and I leave the mind 3 quarts. My logic is, I know I'm going to have to finish off the penguin with S-Crafts, so I get the things that make those stronger, but I really probably should have grabbed Mind 3 as well. We still have Mind 2, so it's not like our damage is going to be infinitely worse, but, you know. Here I changed my setup again. The reason for this is Joshua's out of EP, so we have to have Estelle be our main offensive powerhouse. And it's just easier to have our setup like this to protect our characters than how it was before if we're using Estelle to hit things instead of protect the party. Because Joshua also doesn't have the EP for Earthwall because he's so drained. I believe this is the last monster chest we do in the tower. After this, we're going to be doing more monster chests. They're just in a different area of the game. Again, we can tackle these monster chests whenever. Like I said, we do a bulk of them at the end of the chapter. I tried to route them in the way that was both the most convenient and gets me the most resources early, with still mitigating having to run back and heal constantly just to do all of them when it's only Agate in the party with Estelle and Joshua. Here, you'll notice we have a new party member again. This is Zin. He is another big physical character, emphasis on the big. He is huge, as you can see from his sprite, and he is the bulkiest character in the game. He's super tanky. He has really high strength. He is the highest damage physical character in the game. The downside being he is very slow and is still a physical character. That being said, he is the best of the bunch as far as pure physical characters go in this game. So, we wait for him to join to tackle the monster chests in this cave. We have to go to this cave anyway. That's where we're going in the story, so I think most people probably handle them now while Zin's in the party, but we can technically go and run and do it with Tita, with just Tita or just Agate. Or with both Tita and Agate at the end of the chapter. I just think it's easiest to do it with Zin. So, we do it when the game wants us to, pretty much. These penguin enemies are kind of annoying. Each color does a different effect, but most of them boil down to either attacking or casting spells, and they get neutered by Blind and Chaos Brand, like most of the other enemies in the chapter. The exception is the pink penguins. They can run around and buff allies, and also confuse your party members. They're the most annoying by a good margin, but there's also a chance they just waste their turn and do nothing. I'll talk a little bit more about Zin during these monster chests. Outside of just being a brick wall, he is not as good at dealing with groups as Tita or Agate. He doesn't really have any AoE crafts at the moment. Instead, he has basically a Chaos Brand on a physical attack. It has a 50% chance to confuse. He's got a taunt like Estelle and Joshua, except he actually has the HP to make use of it, kind of. And he has a couple self buffs. He can buff his strength and his defense, and he can also self-heal. So whereas Agate has a bunch of crafts that disrupt the enemy, like delaying, impeding, and knocking them back, Zin is more like a pure stat wall. This monster chest, again, same story as the previous one. Here you can see Zin buffing himself. It's a pretty noticeable increase. The problem with Zin using any of his crafts is just, he takes so long to get his next turn because he's so slow and crafts delay you so much. But he does make use of most of them throughout the playthrough. I think maybe even all of them throughout the playthrough. Zin is also one of the 4 characters in the game with a tier 2 S-craft. It's Estelle, Joshua, Agate, and Zin. Unfortunately, he doesn't have access to it in this chapter. He's going to gain it in next chapter, where he's a lot more available. For now, he's only going to stick around for this one dungeon and then piss off for the rest of the chapter. But for now, he's stuck with the generic single-target, low-base power S-craft, although his will still hit quite hard thanks to his fat strength. After this monster chest, we get into one of the most infamous fights in the playthrough. I don't think it's nearly as bad as someone that's playing this game casually might think, but that's only if you're prepared for it. On a blind playthrough, it sucks ass. It's one of the worst fights in the game, and you'll see why once we get to it. It was still one of the more annoying fights in this run. Here we have it, everyone's favorite boss fight in the game, the King Penguin. This fight is infamous because it is a massive difficulty spike compared to a lot of what else we've done, and not in the same reason that like some of the other fights are, like the dogs in Chapter 2. The problem with those is they just are really fast and do a lot of damage, but the King Penguin, his stats are just really overtuned. He takes so little damage from any of our characters, on top of already being stuck with a pretty low damage party. For reference, underlevel Joshua is our highest damage dealer by far at this point in the game. On top of this, he joins with a gaggle of pretty annoying enemies, and if you're not prepared, he can also just seal your entire party and stop them from using crafts. He also hits really fucking hard. But, like most fights in this game, all he really does is walk up and hit you, at least until he gets low on health. So if we can Chaos Brand the ads and mitigate how much they fuck with us and disrupt our party, it's not too bad to survive. It's actually quite easy to survive. The problem comes to actually killing him. One thing you'll notice is that we make liberal use of Estelle's morale. This is one of the many reasons I'm an Estelle Glazer in this game and think she's actually the best party member in the game, which I know is a scalding take because most people think she's pretty bad. Morale is just a 20% strength boost, which, as I've mentioned previously, actually also boosts our magic damage. In fights like this, it's really important to have a lot of uptime on because the enemy is going to start healing itself on low health, and we are limited in our EP pools because of the restrictions on this challenge run, which means we kind of need to maximize our damage, and why I think missing Mine 3 was such a mistake. That being said, we get pretty unlucky with heal turns, and in general, healing AI. The boss, I believe, lands on either 1 or 2 heal turns, and also gets healed by the Pink Penguins multiple times. And we still managed to just barely eke out a win. You'll also notice Zin casting a lot of offensive spells this fight. It just does so much more damage than him attacking, even though his magic is terrible. Another thing you'll notice is that we're using a lot of fire spells. Fire spells, like I mentioned previously, have higher base damage than other spells. And we don't really have a way to super optimize our speed at this point, because we can't afford a cast and action course for every party member. So we kind of focus purely on Joshua having a pretty good fire spell and also having cast and action, so he gets as many turns as possible. In general, fire spells late game are not that good because we want to equip better quartz than fire quartz, and fire spells are pretty expensive to get the good ones. But here, Napalm Breath is our best option. Here, it heals itself and boosts its defense, and now we're on a timer. We have to kill it as fast as possible and stop it from doing it again, because if it does it multiple times in a row, we're kind of just owned. There's not that much we can do about it. Usually, it won't heal 2 times in a row, because it also has another attack that it does on low health, which is this giant AoE. And thankfully this AoE takes time to charge, so it gives us quite a while to chip it down and build DP. Because the way we're going to end it off is with S-Crafts. Here I use Joshua's Flicker again. He could have S-Crafted with 200 CP, but I wanted to wait until I got a morale off before I burnt my S-Crafts. And the Flicker does a little bit of chip damage, and lets us get an extra attack in with Zin, who didn't have his S-Craft ready. So I think overall, this was more damage than Joshua using a 200 CP S-Craft. Seeing as the 100 CP S-Craft was also strength boost. Here you'll notice I thought Joshua's was going to kill, and had to also S-Break with Estelle last minute. But with that, we have one of the most infamous fights in the game done with. Now we get into the actual hardest fight in the game. Holy shit, this fight sucks ass. It's not actually the hardest fight in the game, but it is probably the worst fight in the game. This fight, underleveled, is hell. It is borderline impossible. But we can AI abuse. We have to run Estelle and Joshua into the corner like this, and have the enemies move in such a way that the main boss enemy, the red dog, is stuck behind them and doesn't have a tile to attack from. The reason is because he does a shit ton of damage and has full lifesteal, so we can't out-damage how fast he heals, because we also have to spend turns not dying. The way we do this is we make sure on the first turn, the boss moves between the two small dogs in such an order that gets him stuck like this. There's only one combination of those three enemies' turn orders that works out. I don't know if I just got unlucky, but I had to reset for so long to make this happen. Once it does, and if everything goes to plan, and this layout of enemies happens, it's actually not too bad. Joshua would cast some AoE spells. We want to cast AoE spells because the boss will buff all remaining enemies. So we kind of want to time it so we kill off the boss and as many enemies in one spell as possible. Because if we just kill one of the enemies, then the boss has an area to attack from, and if we just kill the boss, all four enemies get really strong, and it's pretty difficult to deal with. Another wrench in the plans is the two armored. I don't know if they're supposed to be dogs or panthers or whatever animal they are, but the two armored furries, they cause delay on their attacks. This is not too bad for the most part, but here, once they also get a speed up, you'll notice it lets them take multiple turns in a row. They do very little damage with their attacks, but once they are stronger and attacking multiple times in a row, they do become a threat at the end of the fight here. But it's nothing that's super scary. We have an S-Craft for Joshua, so even if we didn't get the stun here, we would still be able to kill one of them. And either they would attack Joshua, who would survive 2 hits, or they would attack Estelle, and it would build enough for her S-Craft, and she S-Craft sims. It was GG's no matter what there. Now we have monster chest cleanup. I've noticed that I haven't had a single fight that's not sped up, so this first monster chest, I'm going to have the actual in-game audio and have it, you know, at regular speed, but the rest will be sped up because we're back in repetition zone. These fights are similar to the Crop Muncher boss at the very beginning of the game, except now they also have an AoE blind. They're not particularly threatening. You're meant to do these early in the chapter. At this point, we're pretty over-leveled, and we also are coming in with a full party instead of just having Agate or just having Tita. On top of this, Agate will have a talisman equipped from these fights, and you'll notice that it lets him do pretty hefty damage with his physical attacks. Talismans are like the one thing that makes physical attacks really good. This first fight is a little annoying because the enemies all run off in such a way that they are not grouping up for AoEs, so it starts off a little bit sluggish, but even then it's still not that long of a fight. Like I said, these enemies are very weak for what we're taking. And heal and do a monster chest and then run back to town and heal and do another monster chest while Agate was in the party, because we're perfectly capable of taking on all these fights at that point in the game. Again, I wanted it to be quicker, so I waited for the full party. This is the last sequence of, like, a lot of combat. The final sequence of Chapter 3 is, like, very, very light on combat. There's not even really a full-on final boss of the chapter. There is one final encounter, but it's not to the same level as the last couple chapters. In general, Chapter 3 is just... there's not that much going on. There's, like, a lot going on story-wise, but... it's a lot of just running back and forth across the map doing fetch quests. It was honestly my least favorite chapter in the run to do, and it's not even because of the fights, purely because of just how tedious it was. Now we go and we do the rest of the monster chest. This one is identical to the last one we just saw. It's the same fight, same strategy. There are going to be different enemy groupings in these monster chests. A couple different ones, but they're all going to boil down to the same thing. We blind all the enemies, we cast AoE spells. Agate does a grip with Dragoon Edge with a talisman equipped. Again, FC moment of kind of repetitive encounters padding out a chapter. We're also going to go back eventually and mop up that last monster chest in the tower that we skipped earlier. Again, I probably should have done it first to get mine 3 as fast as possible and have Joshua get a decent damage buff. He still has mine 2 equipped, so it's not like it would have been like game changing, but it would have definitely sped things along. You'll notice we're even taking turns with Estelle to attack, even though she doesn't do that much damage, just because surviving is really not a trial at all. In fact, it's rather easy. Here we have I believe the last of these Crop Muncher style enemies. We get a lucky Petrify on this one, which is pretty funny. Unfortunately, we get unlucky with how the enemies decide to move, and not many of them sit still in the AoE, but it does let us kill the main enemy right away. Not that it matters, these fights are a joke anyway, but kind of funny. We're also, like, well past the halfway point now, and, you know, strong enemies are still vulnerable to insta-kill statuses, which is awesome. We get lucky there. 2 of them flee. This isn't lucky per se, in that we get less experience. Actually, 3 of them flee. But it does save me headache as the fight ends faster. Here we mop up the last Monster Extermination in the tower. And you'll notice Agate with a Talisman actually does mad damage with Dragoon Edge. If he was like this the whole game, he would actually be awesome. He'd be one of the best characters in the game. But unfortunately, most enemies are not this weak to a certain element. I'm fine eating that crit. I don't need S-Crafts for anything for the rest of the chapter, but at the same time, I could survive without it, and it might make a difference in Chapter 4, is what I was thinking, but probably just doesn't matter one way or the other. And with this, we finally get a Mine 3, which is one of the best ports in the game. I know I don't ever show my equipment setup, but this port is always going to be on someone for the rest of the game, basically, because it's more damage. Last monster chest against a bunch of sheep. These are pretty similar to the sheep enemies we fought before. This is going to be a very quick fight. They're all going to bunch up and then kind of immediately die. I think Estelle casting Earthwall there literally does not matter. Like, I think they die before they ever get a chance to attack. Actually, one of them might live and get a chance to attack. Yeah, two of them live. I guess two of them weren't in the Dragoon Edge. They both missed though, so the Earthwall was still meaningless. And with that, we move on to the quote-unquote final boss of the chapter, which is an easier version of the tower fight against 3 special ops. This time we only have 2 gun guys. They can screw us over turn 1 if they both decide to group up on one target, or one of them does the AoE, and then the other one finishes off one of the enemies, or one of the party members, excuse me. Here I go with a less consistent strategy compared to just Chaos Branding, because this is actually going to be the last time you'll see Agate or Tita. They are not going to be used in combat for the rest of the game after this, so I said, hey, they both have CP, I'll fit their S-Crafts in, right? That was the idea. This fight is pretty easy after turn 1 anyway. Turn 1's the least reliable thing, so the rest of the fight being slightly less reliable, not using Chaos Brand, doesn't really matter. But I could have also just Chaos Branded and waited for them to kill each other like I have in many other fights. But I want a little bit of flair, a little bit of flash. I think this is also the only fight Tita's S-Craft gets used in the whole playthrough. Once we go into Chapter 4, everyone will join at some point before the final dungeon, except for Agate and Tita. Agate and Tita do not rejoin until we have the ability to customize our party, which is why you're never going to see them again, because they're both like hyper, mega, bondo, super ass final dungeon. Agate's a little bit better for reasons we'll talk about when we get there, but they suck. Neither are very good. Like I mentioned before, this is the last fight of the chapter. This is the final boss. I don't know why Chapter 3 specifically doesn't have a big climactic ending encounter, but here we are. We even get to finish the fight with Tita. How fitting to end Chapter 3 with the attack from Tita. Awesome. Enjoy the time on the bench.
We did it!
Here we start off Chapter 4 with a mob fight against some bees. We have to set Estelle and Joshua in a formation like what we have right here, so that the bees can't attack the NPC turn 1. Because if they attack and poison her, then we're on a very, very short timer for the rest of the fight. So we need Estelle and Joshua to face tank and body block. These enemies have huge movement range and also do quite a lot of damage. The upside, at the very least, is that they're very, very frail and easy to kill. This includes when they attack each other, when under the effects of Chaos Brand. We need to Chaos Brand 2 of them turn 1, otherwise the NPC is just in danger of dying, like we just get unlucky. So, this pretty much has to be our first action. Not that we would want it to be anything else anyway, because of how good Chaos Brand is. From here, it's pretty similar to the rest of the mob fights. The next fight is going to be a lot more bees. It's going to happen right after this one with no chance to heal or change our equipment or anything like that. So we have to kind of make sure that our HP doesn't have to necessarily be topped off, but quite high going into the next fight. Thankfully in that fight though, we're going to have some assistance from a familiar face. Once one of the bees is down, the rest of the fight becomes significantly more manageable. Especially since one of them is still Chaos Branded. Unfortunately though, we do have to take extra turns to heal to make sure neither character is in death range at the start of the next fight, which I was mentioning earlier. These enemies can also flee, as you see there. This is a very, very big double-edged sword, as these enemies give a lot of time sepith, which is one of the two most important elements for us to be getting, time and water. So the fight becomes easier when they flee, but we get less rewards. Here we could have had another extra 10 or 20 sepith or whatever it is. Here we have Zin again. He's back. This first turn, we have him taunt because we have no other way to survive, and he will have enough HP to soak up hits for a little while at least. You'll notice he doesn't taunt all of them. We're going to S-Craft to kill the ones that aren't taunted. We also want to cast White Gehenna with Joshua to try and stun a couple of them, because Zin cannot withstand a turn of getting hit from literally every enemy again. We get 2 stuns here. That's not really that unlikely with how many of them we're hitting. And if we were to stun one of the non-taunted ones, we could instead S-Craft one of the taunted ones. So getting 2 stuns here is really not that unreliable. Here, I think this is the only fight in the game we take Zin's self-heal into consideration. It gives him a decent chunk of HP, and more importantly, restores status effects. So he can use this to hang on for another turn. We do need to heal him again, though. If he had 100 CP going into this fight, we could just S-Craft and kill everything. Actually, no, we can't, because he has a new S-Craft that's an AoE S-Craft, but it's not equipped at the start of this fight. You actually have to manually equip it. I know because I forget to equip it for an upcoming monster chest fight. So, even if Zin had a lot of CP, it wouldn't have mattered. We just need enough for taunt. Once again, he's going to heal himself. We Chaos Brand one of the bees. This way, it kills one of the bees, and it itself is not going to attack Zin, so he only has to take 2 hits, but these enemies are so fast that he's going to have to take 2 more hits. So, unfortunately, we do need to get a stun here on one of the 2 remaining, which is not as nearly likely as before. There is the chance that if we only got 1 stun, the Chaos Branded bee would have killed the other, but that's not a guarantee. Neither is a guarantee. That's the worst part of the fight by far. It did eventually go and kill it though, but unfortunate miss. It lets it flee, so we lose out on some sepith there, which is unfortunate, but from here the rest of the fight is basically guaranteed. Back onto monster chests. This is the one I was alluding to that I forgot to switch Zin's S-Craft, so it's going to be a little sluggish because his S-Craft is going to be single target instead of multi-target. That bird with the egg on its head actually reflects all magic damage, so we have to kill it physically. Normally this wouldn't be a problem because it would just be caught in Zin's big high damage AoE S-Craft, but for this one we're a little shit out of luck. It's not going to take too long, though. Thankfully, we have Olivier back, which I forgot to mention. That's probably the most notable thing here, is Olivier in the party again. He's just as good as he was in Chapter 1, and he's going to stick with us for a little bit. Zin is going to be around for pretty much the entire chapter, while Olivier is going to come and go a little bit. Basically, there's this tournament arc that happens, and Olivier sticks with us for that. Then there's another sequence where he doesn't, and then there's the endgame sequences where he rejoins. We are absolutely happy to have him, though. He is still one of the best characters in the game. Between this fight and the next one, I switched Zin's S-Craft over. We also unlocked Joshua's Tier 2 S-Craft. It's the lowest damage of the Tier 2 S-Crafts, but it's still one of the best S-Crafts in the game. It has the nice little niche of hitting the entire screen instead of just a big AoE. You'd prefer something higher damage like Zin's or Agate's, but this is still good. We cast a spell with Zin here. We cast Aerial just to build the CP for his S-Craft again. Hitting multiple enemies builds a lot of CP, especially since we have boosters on him. Help with that. This fight goes a lot smoother because he just deletes them all in one S-Craft. And we only have the one little bird, little meteor shooting bird to worry about. Thankfully, these are the only two monster chests with this enemy composition. Chapter 4, at the end of the game, is brutal with repetitive encounters, but it lures you into a false sense of security as it's actually pretty varied in the early parts. Here we have our first fight in the tournament. We're fighting the Ravens again. The 3 Raven bosses are the exact same as they have been the past couple times we've fought them, but the generic enemy is actually the interesting one here. He has very low movement and is weak to every element, but he is very strong and very bulky. A lot of health and a lot of physical defense. You'll see me hit him a couple times physically with Zin before just giving up and casting magic. Although the first time is mostly just to try and sneak an extra Chaos Brand in, because Zin has a craft that has a 50% chance to complete. Other than our new little quirked up friend there, the random generic with goofy stats, this fight is not dissimilar at all to any of the other Ravens fights we've done so far. In fact, it's probably the least threatening of the bunch. Unfortunately, we don't really have a way to speed up this fight because we have to take so many turns casting Chaos Brand. And I don't want to leave the Ravens unconfused, not because they're particularly threatening, but just because they can heal each other. Unfortunately, they move and hit each other out of the AoE, so we only kill one of them instead of 3 of them. That's my fault. I should have positioned it more to the left. That was me kind of... that was a throw on my part. That was a troll. We eventually start casting magic on the bulky fella because we do have to kill him eventually. And you'll notice that Zin's magic damage is not as competitive as it was in previous chapters. By previous chapters, I mean the one dungeon he was around for in Chapter 3. We have a lot more equipment to boost it now, and Zin, as he's a higher level now, his stats are more lopsided, so... We do get Estelle's second S-Craft. This is probably the best S-Craft in the game just because it has insane base power and is a massive, massive, massive help in a lot of endgame fights. This is like the easiest monster extermination in the game. We just cast 2 spells and they all die. We do make an attack here with Estelle, just to build a little bit of CP, to, you know, try and take advantage of that really good S-craft I was talking about. Yeah, this fight gets rinsed. This fight is a joke. Here we have the next tournament fight, and it is against a group of fellow bracers. This fight is pretty easy. Individually, they're more threatening than the Ravens if we leave them unconfused, but we just won't leave them unconfused. The biggest threat of the 4 is Kurt, the guy with the green hair and the spear. He can buff defense, which just draws out the fight way too long. This is already a long fight, even sped up. So we want to make sure he's confused or stunned or just in some way disabled at all times. As for the rest, they kind of all walk around and hit us. The one with the gun, Karna, we actually don't really care if she's confused 100% of the time. And in fact, we focus less on keeping her confused because sometimes she'll buff the whole party's strength. This is actually good for us. I have the fucking hiccups. This is a terrible time to record commentary. This is good for us because they're hitting each other from confused. And if their strength is buffed, they hit each other harder than they otherwise would have. So it doesn't really matter if she's not confused the entire time. Speaking of Kurt, since this fight's kind of long and there's going to be some downtime, I'm going to use this to talk about my thoughts of the next run that I'm going to attempt, which is the same thing but for Trails in the Sky SC, second chapter. It is the hottest game in the series, by far. Like, it's nothing comes close. And I don't know if it will be possible with this rule set. I know for a fact there will need to be exceptions in the prologue. I think if I can get past the prologue, I'm in the clear for the rest of the game, but prologue is wicked fucking stupid. It's like even less tested than this game. Piece of shit prologue, to be honest. And it's all because of that Kurt fella that you see stunned right there. Here, he's kind of just like a wet noodle that folds to Chaos Brand. He is a fucking demon in that game, and we'll see when we get there, but for now, we still have first chapter to finish. I say that as if this is not all just recorded in post and the run is, you know, not already complete. In fact, the video would not even be posted if the run wasn't already complete. I don't know why I'm trying to be coy about it. But, yeah, so anyway, this fight, it's almost over at this point. It's actually not almost over. I'm looking at the timeline. There's still like a third of it left. At this point, we want to kill Kurt because he's stunned, and we don't want him to get a turn. And I don't believe you can apply Chaos Brand to fainted enemies. I believe it doesn't apply until they're unstunned, which is weird because normally you can stack debuffs fine. But we just finish him off while he's stunned so he doesn't buff defense and drag things out. This is the second to last of the tournament fights. There's going to be a section of like side quests and monster chests, and then there's going to be one final fight. I actually kind of troll in the final fight a little bit unintentionally. It goes well. It's easy. I just could have made it faster because there was a little trait in the final fight that I was not aware of until I went and checked the enemies afterwards. But we'll talk about that when we get there. For now, we are just finishing off this fight, casting single target spells over and over again. Generally, single target spells are going to be the wave for the rest of the game. Spells like Blue Impact, Earthland, stuff that we've already been using. They are cheap and quick to cast and have pretty good base damage. Here we move on to monster chests. I've had to re-record this segment because I labeled my clips wrong and put them in the wrong order and thought that I used not the right clips because my CP didn't match up at the end of every fight and was losing my fucking mind. But now they are in the correct order and we can proceed. You'll notice that our formation is a little bit different. Now we have Estelle off on the left, away from everyone. This is because she can't survive a spell from those egg enemies. So if they both target her, one eats the earth wall, the other hits her, she just kind of dies. So we put her on her own, so she's not very likely to get targeted by both of them. Unfortunately here, we do eat a crit, but it's not targeting Joshua, and Zin can barely survive a crit. Also, Olivier S-crafted and killed all the generic enemies because he still had 200 CP. Probably an important thing to mention, but I was too busy complaining about my own fucking idiocy. Idiocy? Idiocracy? Idiocracy's a movie. Pretty good. I rewatched it recently. Not at all relevant to what's happening on screen, but I don't know what to talk about in these monster chests anymore, man. There's so many of them and there's so much dead air in the commentary. I'm like running out of things to say. Here's the same one. Again, the difference is we're going to use Incest Craft instead of Olivier's, and it's going to do more damage and be slightly more reliable. And that's it. That's all. That's literally all the information you need to know about the fight. I've explained everything that is different from what just happened on the screen. This is why I'm going to, for my next run, structure my commentary much differently, as well as have some live commentary from when I'm actually playing spliced in there, so that things are paced better, because holy shit, I hate recording commentary so much. I'm like losing my mind. It's 9:24 on October 13th, Sunday evening, and I literally was like, I don't want to go and record commentary, but I'm so close to done with the video, I should go and do it. And now, instead of having insightful things to say about what's happening on the screen, I'm bitching and moaning like a little goo goo gaga wah 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 toddler. And even after this whole bit, it's not even a bit, it's not like it was planned, this whole thing, this monster chest is still not fucking over despite being on 2.5 times speed. Monster extermination. I actually have things to talk about here. If we had an S-Craft on Zin and a Talisman equipped, and I should have equipped a Talisman either way, he would have just one-shot every enemy in this encounter. We don't, but you can still clear this encounter pretty reliably even without it. All you gotta do is cast Chaos Brand. There is a little bit of RNG if you do it this way. You have to not get frozen the first turn. It feels the same as most other status effects. I'm gonna assume that it's somewhere around 20%. So, hitting 4 targets, it's not incredibly likely, but it's also not unlikely. I definitely had to reset for it twice. There you see Estelle's S-Craft Barrage. Very, very, very good move. It does a lot of damage. You're going to be seeing it a lot in endgame boss fights. High damage single target S-Crafts get worse as the series goes on. But here in FC, where burst damage options are pretty much non-existent, it's kind of a godsend in the late game. But yeah, fights, like I said, even without doing the trick with Zin and the Talisman, it's pretty trivial either way. Move on to another monster chest that is, once again, same song and dance as before. This time we don't have a 200 CPS craft charged, but we do have 200 CPS crafts, which will be just as good, pretty much. There is going to be one problem. We're going to kill everything except the enemies on the edges, which means one enemy is going to be alive because we don't have the center enemy to target to make sure everything gets hit anymore. I think I could have avoided this by not using White Gehenna. I think if I just double S-crafted from the start, that would have been better, instead of trying to chip them and kill them with Olivier's S-craft and save Zin's. But, hindsight's 20/20. It doesn't matter too much, though. It just means that the one enemy on the right survives. But they end up clearing Din's Earth Wall, so it doesn't really matter. But Olivia or Joshua would have died to that, and like I said, if I played the first couple turns differently, I wouldn't have had to take that risk. But oh well. Doesn't really matter one way or the other. Here we move on to the arena finals, and we are fighting Lorence 1, which is a spoiler that there will be a Lorence 2. This fight is not that much harder than the other arena fights. I make a mistake here. I alluded to it earlier. I troll a little bit, not intentionally, but Lorence here is actually vulnerable to Chaos Brand, and I just never Chaos Brand him. This would have, I don't know if it would have sped up the fight that much, because Spec Ops do damage him, and he is the bulkiest enemy, but it would have made the fight probably more reliable. Not that this fight is unreliable to begin with, this fight's actually quite easy. The reason I didn't Chaos Brand him is Lorence 2 is not vulnerable to Chaos Brand, and I just assumed they had the same resistances. You know what they say about assuming. So, yeah. Lorence is pretty fast and has access to a couple different physical attacks. He hits really hard if we let him, and he can also clone himself, and these clones do attack you. They have pretty low health. Not low enough that we want to like focus on hitting them, but low enough that they'll walk into a couple AoE spells and then die. Thankfully, these clones aren't nearly as threatening as the main fella. I believe they can only walk up and attack. I don't think they can do any of his other skills, because Lorence can also cast Earth Guard. I think he also can heal, which is all pretty annoying, to be honest. Earth Guard's one of the worst things he can do, honestly, because it's not that easy to get rid of. It eats an entire hit. This fight is not too bad because we can do things like that and force the Chaos Branded enemies to get rid of it for us. Yeah, he can heal. He can heal in both fights. I don't know what fight moves are only in the first fight and what moves are only in the second fight. But yeah, even leaving him un-Chaos Branded, it's really not that hard. There's not really any points in this fight that we're really threatened or scared. It probably actually would have been faster to Chaos Brand him, because the Spec Ops have done like a total of like 600 damage to him or something so far, and he has healed and Earth Guarded himself multiple times, which he wouldn't be able to do if he was Chaos Branded. So that's a pretty major misplay. Not one that affects the difficulty of the fight, but it probably just would have already been over at this point if I was a little bit more knowledgeable. He really likes to spam defensive moves. This is a problem that's going to happen in the second fight too, that we'll talk about more once we get there, but it is very, very frustrating. It's not a very fun mechanic. It is one of the fights in the game that actually has like a full moveset and, you know, stuff for the player to interact with, but man, I really wish he didn't have Earth Guard, and it's even worse in the second fight. After this fight, Olivia is going to leave the party for a while. There's going to be a dungeon with a bunch of fights that he is not around for, which is a little bit unfortunate because he is, you know, our best character by far at the moment. Here we get to see morale from Estelle again. I think also I probably should have been clock up EXing this fight. I didn't bother because I didn't need it, but I think it would have sped up the fight more. Clock up EX is one of the best spells in the game. It's just not something that I'm utilizing a lot right now. Most fights I either haven't needed it or I don't actually have time to get it off. But this fight, while I didn't need it, I think it would have been better to have on than not. It definitely gets used very liberally in most of the endgame fights, though. Do not fret. Here we get a strength up 200 CP barrage. It doesn't hit that hard because of how bulky Lorence is, but it still hits much harder than anything else we can throw at him. Now we move on to the next segment of the game. It's going to be a lot of back-to-back Spec Ops fights. And we're stuck with a little bit of a neutered party as we've lost our main caster. Thankfully, none of these fights are too challenging. They're all still very vulnerable to Chaos Brand, and Xin, when they decide to target him, can take quite a bit of punishment. I'd like to give some shoutouts to Xin. I don't think he's very good. I think that he is kind of mediocre, but compared to the other physical characters, he's like consistently useful in every fight he's in, which is not the case for Agate or Tita. He really is kind of a leg above those two in this game. He also is around for a long time. He gets to join for pretty much the entire of Chapter 4, which I talked about before. Whereas most characters in this game have pretty spotty availability. The only other character that joins for an entire chapter is Shara. And it's a much shorter chapter than Chapter 4. Honestly, I think it's a pretty good design choice to have Xin stick around for so long in this chapter, especially after Chapter 3, which was not very combat heavy and our party switches around so often. It's nice to just, like, be able to rely on having this character available for every combat sequence. Another fight. This time it has dogs. We wipe it with an S-Craft. I don't think it kills the Spec Ops outright. Yeah, it doesn't, but it does kill the dogs. They are a long way away from the Chapter 3 dogs, which were hell. These dogs are quite easy to deal with. There is actually some things to talk about in this dungeon. How I went through the dungeon is important. It's one of the few places in the game that is important. Because when you enter and leave rooms, first of all, most of the rooms in this dungeon, if you enter, there's nothing in them. But there is enemies. And they're not enemies that like you can run around and avoid on the world map. They are like scripted encounters. But they are still optional because you can just never go into the room. And after a certain point, every time you leave a room, same thing happens. You get an encounter. These are obviously optional encounters that I'm not allowed to have, which also means that the heal point after, not this fight, but the fight after this one, the heal point in the dungeon gets locked off, and we don't have access to it. It's not that big of a deal because these are all like trash mob fights, but it is something to note that I do actively avoid a lot of fights that you are forced into and can't run from. Navigate this dungeon incorrectly. After this dungeon is over, it's kind of like the quote-unquote end of Chapter 4. Not literally, as in there is still a lot of Chapter 4 left, but it feels less like we're in Chapter 4, and now that we've moved on to the end game. And it feels more like the final chapter. It's more of a vibe thing than anything else, but you know. Here we have the second to last fight. This one, I think, actually ends up taking a little bit because I hoard CP a little bit. I don't S-craft these enemies. In hindsight, I probably could have, but a lot of the time in the moment, I'm thinking better safe than sorry. This run was not planned. It wasn't like I did a practice run and planned things out beforehand. I just kind of winged it the whole time through. Obviously, if there are things that I noticed I could do better or a way to make a clear of a fight more reliable, I would reset and go do that. But for the most part, anything like meta type planning, like rigging step up turns or, you know, trying to do things in the long term like CP management, I kind of just guessed on. I said I'd probably work out like this. This is probably when I should use this resource. And it did work out for the most part. I'm not a big planner. I'm very much a winger. With this, we finally get some new enemies. Heavy Ops. They hit really fucking hard. Thankfully, like every other Spec Ops, they are vulnerable to Chaos Brand, which means we can get them to hit each other very fucking hard. These enemies are pretty threatening. There's going to be a couple other instances of them showing up. It might actually only be one other instance of them showing up. And they are a lot scarier than here because they're accompanied by other enemies too. In this fight, it's not too bad, but they are wicked fucking strong. They hit. They hit. They're also very bulky, as you notice in doing chip damage with a physical attack. Here, we're fine with him not being Chaos Brand for one turn, because, yeah. Everyone had Earth Wall up. We do still want to Chaos Brand him, because I believe they have a second attack that hits significantly harder. I don't know why I'm saying I believe. They do have a second attack that hits significantly harder. So we want them to use their regular attack, even though their regular attack is already doing a shit ton. After this, our party splits into two. You'll notice we only have the boys, Joshua, Olivier, and Zin, and that Estelle has left the party. The context is that one group is going into the sewers to raid the castle from below, and one of them is going in an airship to raid the castle from above. We have some monster chests. Zin S-crafts his way through this one, and then we have one enemy that we just Chaos Brand and neuter. This party is the weaker of the two by far. Joshua and Olivier are both really good, and Zin is alright, but it's definitely a downgrade from when we had the whole squad. I don't know why I clock up Zin here. It would have been better for me to just cast a spell on the enemy, but I think my logic is maybe to get him an extra turn to build CP. I don't know. It probably was just a waste. I think that fight would have gone the same way, regardless. Here we have the same monster chest again. You'll notice that my CP values will not be consistent at the end of this fight. You're going to notice they change from here to the next fight. The reason for this is I somehow lost the clip of my first attempt doing this. I don't know where it went. It's gone. So I had to go back after I had already edited most of the video and re-record. I used the same strategy that I did, but my CP values end up a little bit different, and my Sepith values might be different too. I don't know if I get a Sepith upturn in one fight but not the other. I didn't really check them. So this is not the fight that I use in the run. It's the fight done with the same strategy that I used in the fight in the run, but this is recorded retroactively, just so it's not missing. It's kind of unfortunate. It does sour the run a little bit, but I'm stupid and lost the clip somehow. But I wasn't cheating. You'll notice my CP values are different. I wasn't cheating. Here we have the last fight with this group, and this is also actually going to be the last fight that we see Zin or Olivier in. If you've played this game casually, you might be very shocked at that, and we're probably expecting me to use Olivier in the final dungeon, but this is his last appearance. Same with Zin. This fight's pretty easy. We S-craft them, and Olivier finishes them off with a spell. Nothing really to write home about here. Now we move on to the other group, and you'll notice that Shara and Chloe are back. And we also are fighting a new boss, Captain Amalthea. Amalthea? I don't fucking know how to pronounce it. I make the same mistake here that I make in the Lorence fight. She's susceptible to Chaos Brand, and I don't do so. It actually matters a lot more in this fight. This fight could have been much more reliable if I did that, but oh well, it's not super hard anyway. The girls' group is a lot stronger. We have 3 incredibly strong party members in this group, Estelle, Chloe, and Shara. They also have the much more difficult set of encounters to deal with to match the higher party strength. Now, you might be able to realize that from saying I'm not using Olivier or Zin in the final dungeon, and that I'm also not using Agate or Tita in the final dungeon, that means this is going to be our party for the rest of the game, including Joshua once he rejoins. I'm going to get into why now, because there's going to be less time to talk about it later in the segment, but essentially, Shara is probably the best character in the game because of a craft called Heaven's Kiss. She's not using it a lot right now because we don't really have opportunities to, but in the real long boss fights, giving characters extra turns is huge and is a lot better than just a 4th damage dealer. Now, Chloe is the one that's a little bit trickier whether I wanted to use her or Olivier. Generally speaking, Olivier is better. But in the context of this run where I can't use items, I actually do need Chloe's S-Craft to survive, because I don't have any other instant way to heal, because normally the instant way to heal would be items. Other than that, she does hit harder than Olivier and joins at a higher level, but Olivier's spell list is way more flexible, which does matter. Chloe's 3 waterlock slots is kind of a pain in the ass, but all it means is that she doesn't really get great AoE. Shara, on the other hand, is honestly not that much worse than Olivier offensively. She joins at a much higher level than he is. So her magic only trails behind him a little bit. In theory, throughout the final dungeon, he would catch up, but generally, there's not a giant offensive gap between the 2 characters. And the other utility she offers is great. It's just that her line is kind of dookie. Another Spec Ops fight. We've seen a lot of these already. There is something else I would like to talk about at this point. I mentioned all the way at the start of the video that there are 2 points I have to break my no items rule. This segment of the game is one of them. There's a boss at the end of this area that is supposed to be like the super boss of the game. It's not the hardest fight in the game, nowhere close, but it's supposed to be. It's an optional fight that you can't retry that also gives BP, which I need for the rules as well. The problem is there is no heal point here. There is no orbment recharging station, there's no hotel room or bar to rest in, there is no way to heal yourself outside of items. There is a shop that sells items, but there's no way to heal yourself outside of actively using items. I need to beat this fight. I get soft locked because I run out of resources by the time I get there. Maybe if I was as conservative as humanly possible and let everything kill each other with Chaos Brand and used as little EP as possible, maybe I could have had barely enough to do the fight. That could be an improvement for the run. But I don't think it's really that feasible. At least not while also having like reasonably reliable strategies for each fight. So I choose to compromise and say I can use items to heal up right before this boss fight outside of combat. Is it breaking the rules? Yes. But it's much more interesting to include the fight rather than to skip it. I really don't like having to add exceptions to rule sets. I think instead the rule set should just exist without needing exceptions, but whatever. This is the less egregious of the 2 also, and the second one I don't think I could have routed out. I think the second one there had to be an exception for. Here we move on to another Spec Ops fight. This time we see the enemies from Chapter 3 back, the ones that delay us. They do chip damage here. They're actually pretty non-threatening outside of the delay. We also get a little unlucky turn 1, and we get launched out of range of earthwalling our whole party. Shara is the one that doesn't get earthwalled, and this is fine. Shara is, surprisingly, one of the bulkier characters in the game. She's not a brick wall like Zin or Agate are, but she is bulkier than any of the other casters. So that's another advantage that she brings over Chloe and Olivier, that she can take a little bit more punishment. We don't really have the resources to even heal between fights after this. You'll notice that I go into the fight after this on very low health because I just don't have the EP to heal and also damage the enemies enough in the next fight. This is why I say I think it would be very, very difficult to route this section of the game in such a way that I don't have to use items. But I think because I use them out of combat, it's really not that egregious. The second time I break the rules, which will be literally in the final fight, unfortunately, it is in combat, and you'll see why once we get there. But yeah, you'll notice these enemies do chip damage. They're doing less than 200 damage to two of our squishiest party members. Here we have a little bit of an interesting fight. So not only do we get to see our friend the Heavy Ops again, and he's a lot scarier in this fight, there's also this other enemy in the back. In the lore, he's this like shithead snob of a duke that is like trying to vie for political power. But we're not supposed to hurt him because he's still a civilian. So there's a secondary goal in this fight to not kill him pretty much, which is quite easy. The only way we would ever kill him, because we wouldn't want to focus him in the first place, is if he ran into an AoE or something, which he tends not to do because he just runs around in the back. He does buff the already high damage enemies though, which is a little bit threatening. Thankfully we can Chaos Brand them and not have to really deal with it, but he does unfortunately contribute. Although now that they're all Chaos Branded, he contributes to their demise as you see that Heavy Ops hit for 2.4k on his friend, which is insane. Like I said, these guys hit like fucking trucks. Here we see the first use of Heaven's Kiss. This is like the best craft in the game once you get it. It's like not effectively the best craft in the game because you have it for only the very end of the game, but it's very, very good. It's what makes Shara really good in the end game. She also happens to still be the most overleveled character in the end game too. She joins at the highest base level. That's a lie, actually. I think Agate and Tina might join at the highest base level, but they're both like fucking dog shit. So, and here we have Lorence 2, the fight of the game, one of the most infamous fights in this game. The first thing we want to do is cast Clock Up EX to keep up with the speed because he's ridiculously fast, and debuff him with Chloe. This is going to make him hit like a wet noodle and make him take significantly more damage because we are on a pseudo timer this fight because of the way his moveset works. He has a lot of things he can do. The first is Confuse. We have Resist to Confuse. This spell does no damage when he's debuffed. It only confuses us, so if we have resistance to it, it's not that big of a deal. The next thing we have to worry about is actually doing enough damage to kill him in time. He, like Lorence 1, will both heal himself as well as Earthguard himself, except now that Earthguard blocks 2 hits, which is ridiculous. He also has an S-Craft. This S-Craft can cause Feint. If he feinted us there, it's not a big deal because Chloe is immune to Feint. She has the Grail Locket, which blocks all statuses, and then she can just S-Craft, which restores status effects, as well as heals. The problem is she can't keep him debuffed after she does this. We have the Gladiator Belt, which gives her CP every turn to regenerate it before her next turn comes. But if the debuff runs out in that time, we're just going to take a pretty heavy hit. The other thing that's important in this fight is Shara using Heaven's Kiss. I don't see Heaven's Kiss get used in strategies for this fight that often, which surprises me. That's a very unlucky miss, by the way, but thankfully Estelle gets a spell off in time, so we don't have to deal with the crit. I don't see Heaven's Kiss get used a lot in this fight, normally, which is, I don't really understand why. It's really, really good, and it's often better for Shara to give Estelle and Chloe an extra turn than her take one turn herself. There are obviously times we want Shara to be dealing damage instead, but it's a tool that definitely should be kept in mind. Here he S-crafts again. Even when he's debuffed, this still almost one-shots Estelle, but thankfully she had her Earth Wall up this time. Another thing is we want to make sure we're dealing damage. We don't want to spend too much time setting up, because we could like, oh, we're going to clock up and Earth Wall and blah, 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 constantly. The problem is we do this is he just heals himself, and if he's on full health, then that means he doesn't even have a chance to heal himself, because him healing himself is honestly not that bad. Here, we get a rare chance to interrupt him casting a spell, but he just goes off and does it again anyway. That could have been an Earthguard EX, and he could have chosen to heal himself instead, so we still, like, impeding was a good choice there. But, you know, he just tries to slow this fight down to a crawl as much as possible. In a way, Lorence 2 is a lot of the best and worst parts about FC. This is a fight that really makes you understand the mechanics of delay and how turns work. It also puts a huge emphasis on utilizing a lot of your unique tools like Chloe's debuff or Shara's Heaven's Kiss or whatever else you have access to. On top of this, he's a fight that avoids a lot of FC's pitfalls of I'm going to walk up and attack, and that's it. He has a varied moveset that the player has to interact with and respond to accordingly. The problem is half of this moveset is stopping you from damaging him, which can add a lot of unnecessary RNG to the fight. He also can AoE impede, but this is usually a good thing for us because it doesn't do that much damage and we can get off the spells casting anyway. But yeah, it's in a way one of the best and worst fights in the game at the same time because there's a lot to unpack here. It's just unfortunately a super RNG heavy fight even when you have a good strategy. Also, he's so fast that sometimes he'll just take turns after his S-craft, which is fun. Which locks us into needing to kill him here with Estelle and Shara's S-crafts, which thankfully he's still debuffed defense-wise, so we're very far off from not being able to kill him here. But yeah, that's Lorence 2. And with this, we move on to the final dungeon. FC's final dungeon sucks ass, and it's a lot of back-to-back monster chests. There's different layouts. The only one that I really show is this one. The rest are going to be sped up to 2000% because they're so fucking boring. The reason I show this one is, first of all, to show at least one of them, and two, we're super far behind on quartz at this point. Shara, I believe, does not have an action quartz. Oh, no, sorry. She doesn't have a cast quartz, and I think she has action 1. So, this fight is the hardest of the bunch by far because of that. So, it's a little bit more interesting. Although, there's still not that much to talk about. The main thing is that there's a lot of enemies here, and Joshua with a Gladiator's belt can take advantage of that and get a huge chunk of his CP back. Joshua's S-craft is not the most damaging thing, but it does enough that we want to have him get access to it as much as possible. So that's kind of what our main strategy is going to be here. If I focused a little bit harder on AoE spells instead of like raw stats, then I think I could have made these fights quicker, but whatever. I guess I will talk about these Photon Judge enemies because they're going to show up in fights that aren't just this one. They can cancel your arts if you're casting. They also can either shoot missiles that mute, which is really annoying, or just missiles that do damage. The missiles that do damage are the better ones. Actually, these versions might only have the mute missiles. It might only be the versions in one of the final boss fights that have the straight damage missile. But either way, they're very similar enemies, regardless. The way FC's Final Dungeon works is that basically any chest that contains weapon or armor in this game is a monster chest, and we have weapon and armor to get for all, like, 8 playable characters. So there are a lot of useless monster chests. They give us a lot of XP, I guess. We're not really under-leveled by the end of the game, which is cool. But, they're just a slog. It's like the worst part of the game by far. It's so not fun. It's paced really badly. The actual dungeon itself is, like, thematically cool, but it's a lot of same-looking hallways. The track is a heater, though. The track that you're listening to right now is the Final Dungeon theme. It's sick, but other than that, it's such a slog. It's a very unfortunate way to finish off the game. But that's FC. It's a polarizing game. I stick with the same party for the whole final dungeon. Funny enough, Agate and Zin could actually have a little bit of a time in the sun here, because we could just S-craft with them, because they would be doing the same thing Joshua does, but better. But I want to make this party as strong as humanly possible for the final boss, so I don't ever switch out my character. We rock Chloe and Shara for the rest of the game. Because this is, I'm confident that this is the best party for the... There's no doubt in my mind. Olivier fans can eat their fucking hearts out. I say that, I actually think Olivier, not in a challenge run setting, is better than Chloe. If you can use items, Olivier is better than Chloe. But if you can't use items, Chloe is better. Now we move on to Amalthea 2. This fight is trickier than the first one, but because now I know she can be Chaos Brand, it was a lot easier in the context of the run. She comes with these two big old robots. They're pretty scary. They hit very hard, but they can be Chaos Branded. We are fighting one of the last bosses in the final dungeon, and our strategy is still Chaos Brand every enemy. God, I love FC. This game's fucking awesome. This game's sick. But yeah, it's pretty simple. They actually are also really bulky, so they don't damage each other that much, even though they have really high strength. From here, we don't do too much setup because everything can be chaos branded, but we do maximize how many turns Chloe's gonna get. We also do try to debuff Amalthea herself because we don't keep her chaos branded the whole fight, if I remember correctly. But I could be misremembering. I honestly don't remember my strategy for this fight too much outside of, haha, I can chaos brand it. She's also vulnerable to delay, which is funny. Delay stacking isn't really a thing in this game because most characters don't have access to delays, at least not right away. And crafts delay you so heavily, and action ports are pretty hard to come by, so usually delays are kind of situational in FC, but they're good against this boss. Here we get to see a fat barrage against a debuffed enemy, and that's a big damage number. 3.4k is a huge damage number. Amalthea is not the bulkiest boss or anything, but I'm telling you, this Estelle character. I'm glazing right now. This Estelle character, most underrated party member in the entire series and the best character in the game. There are so many things that only she could do throughout this run that Joshua was not capable of. We actually might keep her Chaos Brand the whole fight. I think I probably did it just for the defense down, because she's not doing much damage to the robots anyway. I think the robots can also be affected by stat down. Very few enemies in this game are immune to getting their stats reduced, but there are a couple of them. Here I shift my focus to finishing off one of the robots because it wasn't Chaos Branded anymore, and it was one hit from death. Right here, whenever we get these 3-person Heaven's Kisses, and every character gets a spell off, these are the points where I'm like, this character is ridiculous. If you're just taking each character in a vacuum, not like the context of the whole game, and like taking things like availability into account and how fast the character like progresses and whatever, Kara, like, just in a vacuum at the end of the game, best character in the game. Here we are, finally at the end of the game. We're at the final set of boss fights. These all happen back to back. We have no chances to change our customization, but we do get a full heal between Richard, the boss we're fighting now, and then the actual final boss. We start off this fight by clocking up everyone except for Shara and debuffing Richard. We want Richard debuffed as fast as possible, and he's the last enemy that we're actually going to be able to neuter with Chloe's debuff craft. He's accompanied by 2 of those Photon Judge enemies, but upgraded versions that are even stronger. They have the same moveset that I explained earlier. They're actually quite annoying. We need to not get muted by them, which is kind of annoying because we don't have accessory slots. The reason for this is because we can't change equipment before now in the final boss, and we need our equipment set up in a very specific way for the final boss. We don't actually have the ability to have most of our characters resist statuses. Chloe is the only one that resists status effects, which thankfully she's also the one that cures them. So. Richard is very fast, and so we want our characters to be clocked up at all times. He has quite a few things he can do. He can impede our spellcasts, he can try and stun us, and he can cast White Gehenna to try and apply stun to us. He honestly has a kind of similar moveset to Louve, or Lorence, excuse me. I spoiled SC there. But yeah. Here we move Joshua out of the way because we get a little unlucky, and I didn't want him to get killed by Richard. We want to keep Richard debuffed as much as humanly possible because we need him debuffed so we don't get insta-killed by his S-Craft. We can also stop this with an Earth Wall, but we don't always have one up. Our main strategy for this fight is going to be killing off one of the adds as fast as possible. They're actually significantly scarier than Richard because they clear our entire party's Earth Wall every single turn, and also can potentially mute us. So we burst one down as fast as possible. Once one of them is dead, the fight becomes a lot easier, and focusing down the second is not as bad, but we are going to get drained of resources. This is a very long fight. Without it being sped up, it's like a half hour long. We could have played way riskier if we were allowed to have status resist accessories, but unfortunately, final boss is a dickhead, so we don't get to do that. We also want to refresh clock up because this fight is nowhere close to over. It's only about half over. There are other fights where we don't bother refreshing clock up earlier in the game because they end. But Richard is bulky and both of his adds are bulky. This is another fight where Estelle's second S-Craft is incredibly useful. The single target damage is very, very good for helping kill these 2 Photon Judges, I believe is their name. Richard also, again, like Louve, Lorence, keep using the character's actual name and not the FC name, is very fast, but also very weakened by the strength debuff, and kind of hits like a wet noodle. It's sort of a death by 1,000 cuts type scenario. We still want Earthwall up as much as possible, though, unlike the Louve fight, because we don't want status effects applied to us. Even with our party clocked up, Richard will still sometimes just get multiple turns in a row, because he's fucking him, bro. Once the 2 adds are dealt with, we can focus purely on Richard. Thankfully, even though he is a bit of a health sponge, we can debuff his defense. Not thankfully, we miss, and he doesn't get debuffed. This is pretty scary because we really, really want his strength lowered before he has a chance to S-Craft. Thankfully, the second one lands, and so we end up in a good spot. We also want Estelle to have morale on the whole party as often as humanly possible. Even though it's only a 20% damage buff, that adds up a lot over how many attacks we do. And again, morale is going to be more of a damage boost than just casting the extra spell or 2 that we could have gotten off in the time that morale delays her. Another really good thing about Shara, and why I think she's so good in the late game, is Estelle can cast morale and then just get Heaven's Kissed and lose all of the delay that morale gave her. So it makes an already strong tool much stronger. Here we eat the S-Craft, but when he's debuffed, no one is in danger of getting one-shot. In fact, our characters can be damaged and still survive a debuffed S-Craft. It's not too scary. When he isn't debuffed, however, it's tough. Which is why we want to keep him debuffed as much as possible, both so we can do more damage and take. Richard is one of the harder fights in the game. At this point, we're pretty much won. We just have to keep our pattern up. There's not any wrenches that can be thrown in here. But this fight did take a couple attempts just to make sure everything went as smoothly as possible. Now we move on to the final boss, Reverie. This fight is where we break our second rule, but it's not during this phase. I actually quite like this phase. I think this phase is pretty cool. So, not only do we have the main boss, but we have its two little drones. I say little, they're quite large, but one of them is immune to physical, one of them is immune to magic. The one that's immune to physical will cast spells at us, while the one that is immune to magic will attack physically and heal the main boss. The only thing we need to kill is the main boss. And the heals that it gets aren't that much. It's better for us to just focus down the main boss and completely ignore these two enemies. In fact, they're kind of helpful because they don't do that much damage while giving us CP. In fact, the main boss doesn't hit that hard either. Our characters are going to be getting roughly 3-shot or more. Shara is going to take more than 3 hits, but Estelle, Joshua, Chloe are probably getting roughly 3-shot. This means we can afford to take some hits. You'll also notice there is a new type of turn bonus exclusive to the final fight, which is CP up. There are now turns that can grant us CP, which are very, very strong. I try to conserve EP as much as possible in this fight, but it ends up not mattering that much. It kind of does still matter because I don't like fully break a rule, I only slightly break a rule. And that is, I'm allowing Estelle and Joshua both to use one EP restoration item during the second phase. Chloe and Shara, they're running on this EP pool for the entire final boss, but I don't think there is a way to avoid this. We have to cast so many spells and our resources get drained so fast that... And the second phase just goes on for so long that I think these two items are necessary to complete the run, even though it breaks my rule set. Here, another great thing about Shara is we can pretty freely dump our S-Crafts on the boss, which do a pretty huge amount of damage to it, especially Estelle's. And then she can just Heaven Kiss and remove all the S-Craft delay. It's wonderful. None of these enemies are vulnerable to strength and defense debuffing from Chloe, unfortunately, or else I would be making very liberal use of it. Another nice thing is the turns the right drone takes to heal are turns that it's not hitting us. Diamond Dust is the scariest spell because it can cause freeze, and freeze is a deadly status effect. Chloe, it doesn't really matter. She just took some chip damage from it and is immune to statuses, but the rest of our party we have to worry about. The reason we don't equip status accessories is because there are accessories called proxy puppets. I have not used these throughout the game thus far. I bought like 20 of them to be safe just in case I ever needed them, but usually it's better to equip something else. These are one-time use accessories that will prevent a character's death. Keyword prevent. They keep their CP. That means they don't die. It does clear status effects, both positive and negative, but they keep their CP, which means they do not die, which means this run is still deathless even using them. However, I do need them in the second phase. I technically don't need them, it's just so unreliable without them that it's not worth my time, and it makes the strategy more interesting, so, you know. They're allowed. I'm going to make use of them when I need them. Once the boss is on low health, it will start charging up these super attacks, but we can almost always get an Earth Wall off in time. I think actually in this attempt, the one I end up going with, we get an Earth Wall off every single time. Like there, I cast a spell that puts him on a crit turn. I'm not even worried. because we just get another Earth Wall off. It's... And the other drone is just going to heal him. We don't have to worry about him attacking us. Here, even though these enemies are not things that we need to kill, and one of them's not going to take damage, I want all three in the Arrow Storm anyway, so Shara gets more CP, because she's going to need a lot in the final phase. Because let me tell you, the true final boss is long. It is another half-hour fight, because it takes chip damage from basically everything. Unfortunately, we have to burn Shara's S-Craft to finish off the boss. So all of that CP management I did is moot. But she can build it back pretty quick. Which is why I don't reset because of that unfortunate situation. Here we have the final boss. Second phase of Reverie. This fight sucks. And the reason this fight sucks is not because of the fight itself or its mechanics, because they're actually pretty good. The problem is it just takes no damage. You're going to see immediately, we start casting an Arrow Storm with Shara. She gets it cancelled, but we go right back into casting it. I want to hit as many ads as possible, not necessarily to kill them because they're going to die to Joshua's S-Crafts eventually anyway, but just to start building CP again so she can Heaven's Kiss. But you'll notice how little damage we do to the boss. It is so fucking bulky. This is why we have the laws in place that I'm allowed to break the no items rule. Other than that, we're fine tanking hits early on because we have the defense buff from Chloe's 200 CPS craft, and that's going to build CP. Taking these hits is good for us. It's going to actually buff our damage because it lets us use more crafts. Something unfortunate happens there. These enemies have a lot of spells they can cast. Unfortunately, one of them is Shadow Spear, which on its own doesn't do much damage, but it does get a 20% chance insta-kill on Shara and blows her proxy puppet early. This is not why I have them equipped. This move right here, the boss's first S-Craft, is why I have them equipped. That is a death blow that ignores death blow resist. Even if you have death blow immunity, it will still one-shot you. So now, 2 out of 3 of my characters with the proxy puppet equipped are down a proxy puppet, and Chloe doesn't have one equipped because I need her to resist statuses and for her to regenerate CP. So we have to make sure Chloe has an Earth Guard on her every time the boss gets a chance to attack. Outside of the first few turns, the boss will take a couple turns to use the first S-Craft. The bits attacking us is good because it generates CP for us. And again, we don't take that much damage. We're mostly worried about insta-kill. We do still want to clear them out because things get messy when they start blowing our Earth Guards when we don't want them to. But there are times where they're helpful, like them hitting us is a good thing. Estelle's S-Crafts are going to be a godsend here whenever she can get them because they do pretty respectable damage. They're one of the only things that we can do on this boss that break 1k. As you might expect, we also want morale up as much as possible. We want clock up EX up as much as possible. This fight is kind of a marathon. Right now, it's only half over and it's been going on forever. So we can break its arms, which you'll see, I think just happened. This makes it so it can't cancel our arts anymore, which is actually a downside because getting our arts impeded isn't that bad because it delays the boss more than it delays us, and it doesn't do that much damage. So it being removed from the boss's moveset is actually a downside, even though it's presented as an upside, which is pretty cool. I don't know if they intended it to be designed that way, but that's... if they did, that's really cool. Anyway, it did a big laser. Joshua and Shara both have pretty high HP, so they can tank it reliably, but Chloe or Estelle, we're a little bit more worried about. It targets Shara when she doesn't have a proxy weapon anymore, but thankfully she's still Earthwall, so we're fine. We're fine there. Joshua casts White Gehenna. It's a little bit higher base power than Blue Impact, if I recall correctly. If not, it's around the same, but he gets more CP from hitting two enemies, which lets him S-Craft right there. Here, I think we already used the first item, and I didn't comment on it, but there we used the second one. Those are the only 2 items that get used in combat the whole playthrough. Again, I think they're pretty necessary. Maybe I could have only broken the rule once and just used it on one of them and had one of them just walk up and hit it physically or something. I don't think it's worth delineating that much, but whatever. I wish I could have avoided it and routed it out, but whatever. Something I forgot to mention about this laser, anytime he uses it, he gets his defense reduced, but it's only for one turn. So it's not really something we can reliably pump out damage during unless we already have S-Crafts or a Heaven's Kiss ready. But here, we do actually get to take advantage of it because Chloe gets a spell off, and then we get to Heaven's Kiss. Unfortunately, they don't get their spells off right away, so I decide to re-up morale instead. We only end up getting the one spell off, but if you get really lucky, you can get 3 spells off Heaven's Kiss, and then 3 more attacks. We're finally approaching the end of the fight. There's not too much left. The second part of this fight is actually less scary now. This is still scary, this move, but he's going to start using his second S-Craft, which is not really a threat at all. And you'll see why once he decides to eventually use it. But anytime he decides to use his second S-Craft, it's a free turn. Because it's a charge. He does not use it right away, which means we will usually have time to get off an earth. And, just like the laser, it debuffs the defense. So, pretty useful thing overall. There, I think I should have S-broken with Estelle to kill it, guaranteed. But I had a Heaven's Kiss ready, so I didn't really care. And a crit from Chloe was enough anyway. We don't need to save the CP for this final phase, which will happen after this cutscene here. Our buddy Richard, who's the main antagonist of the game, in his last moments here, realizes he's a little bit of a goofball, a little bit of a silly goober, turns over a new leaf, and goes and tries to sacrifice himself to, you know, save the gang. He gets into a little scuffle, a little shoddily animated scuffle. These little sprite-based fights look a lot better in SC than they do in FC. They're not like ugly here, it's just that like right there when he's shooting out those luminous wheels, there's not really animation to it. But, you know, growing pains. First game in the series. He fucks up, he gets dumpstered. He tells them to go. Don't worry about him. It's a little corny. I kind of like this scene, even though it's a little corny. And then, a character that was very relevant in the early game that we never saw because he doesn't show up in a fight, is Estelle and Joshua's dad. Well, Estelle's dad. Joshua's adoptive dad. This fight only happens if we get a certain racer score by the end of the game. Ours is maxed, so obviously we're going to get it. This fight, you're meant to just S-craft it 4 times, but on Nightmare, and also using one of the characters that doesn't have a damage-dealing S-craft, we have to do some chip damage with spells first. There's actually an achievement for not S-crafting at all, and just killing it without it. This fight, it doesn't do anything. Like, if you let it get its turn, it will pass. So, it's a complete non-threat. It's like, basically a scripted encounter. Not literally scripted, because we can do whatever we want in it, if you get what I mean. But I don't go for that achievement because I don't want this to take any longer than it already has. This video is like 4 hours long, so I just finish it off with S-Crafts like a normal person. I say I don't have the achievement because the first time I played this game, first 2 times I played this game, were both on PSP. This is the first time I've ever played the PC port and all of its glorious bugs, so that was fun.
Someone's been naughty.
And with that, it gets perfectly finished off by Estelle's S-Craft, which I think is a very, very fitting way to end this mammoth challenge. And with that, we have completed Trails in the Sky, first chapter, under a bunch of restrictions I'm not going to reiterate right now at the end of the video. If you've made it this far, I doubt many, if any of you have, but if you've made it this far, thank you. It means a lot. This game is near and dear to me, and this run was very, very fun to do. So I appreciate anyone that stuck around till the end, and I will see y'all again when I attempt SC.
You should kill yourself now.